Oedipus Complexidus.
Open your mind.
Dark Exodus. The protester.
Dark X.
Open your mind.
You know.
Yeah, X.
You know.
Dark Exodus. You understand?
Yeah, X.
Peace, folks. Yeah, the video fucked up. Damn it. But welcome back to another edition of the Proper Thought series. And tonight is going to be good, y'all. Yeah, it's going to be good up in here tonight. I got a few special guests coming through. Lady Queen Q will be here, and D. Darrell will be here. And I got a few surprises for y'all, throughout the night. So stay tuned. But before we get started, y'all know I always start the show off with thanking you good folks for your likes, your shares, your subs, your views, and of course, your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces. Because I realize you don't have to do it, man. You don't have to come up in here and watch these videos. You don't have to come up in here and be here. You don't. You could be anywhere on a Thursday night, but you decide to be here. And I also understand that you don't have to drop your hard-earned coins on this platform. But night after night, week after week, you good folks choose to do so, man. You choose to do so. And I don't take you lightly, man. I never have, and I never will. You understand me? I appreciate you, man. I'm thankful for you. I'm humbled. I'm honored with all that you do. All right? And this goes for the folks who hang out there and good folks who hang out up in here. I thank you. All right? All right. But before we get started, Negroes, I got a few things, because a lot happened this evening, and I want to fill y'all in on it. But, of course, y'all are well aware of the Kodak Black situation that we see here, right? We know all about it, right? But I am going to show y'all quite a few things tonight because I want to know, what do you guys think of this? What do you think about when you see that picture here? What do you think about? What do you think about when you see this here or up there? What do you guys think about it? We're going to find out tonight. God damn it. We're going to find out. But I see one of my guests has already arrived, so let me hurry up and get through my spiel. If y'all was here last night, right? Y'all know that we were talking about dysgenics and eugenics, right? This has nothing to do with tonight. I just want to share this with y'all because maybe I missed something and y'all can inform me whether or not I did or not. Last night we had Brother Kevin in Sales was here, and we also had Miss Elaine Riddick here, someone who actually went through the whole eugenics by way of forced sterilization back in the late 1960s, I believe 1968, she said. She got in contact with me this evening, y'all, not too long ago. And she said, "Oh, X, thanks for bringing me up there and humiliating me. And, you and all your guys, you guys are senseless. You're not conscious." She went into this whole thing about how, somehow I humiliated her when I brought her up here. Now, those of you who were here last night, I did my damnness to show Mrs. Riddick respect. All right. And I also didn't allow anyone else to disrespect her. I didn't. I made a conscious effort to do that. All right. Even so that once I thought the guys were getting a little bit gritty, I went ahead and I got her off because she's an older lady. I believe she's in like her late 60s or early 70s. She's an older lady. And I know how dudes are up on here. This is the T.P.O.T YouTube page. So I got her off before it got too gritty, right? But even with that, even when the guys were on, because I believe Brother Lou was on still, and also Brother Kevin in Sales. Now, they did not disrespect Miss Riddick at all. Now, they gave her some pushback, of course. I mean, this is the T.P.O.T YouTube page. This isn't an echo chamber. They did give her some pushback, but I wouldn't have allowed them to disrespect her. And those dudes wouldn't have done it anyway. All right, you're talking about Brother Lou and Brother Kevin in Sales. I mean, they're not just going to come outright and disrespect somebody like that. They're not those type of brothers. So I think she mischaracterized what happened up here last night. And I wrote her back and pretty much told her as much that, I don't disrespect my guests. That's not what I do. All right. And those of you who watched last night, if I did something wrong, will y'all please point it out? Mention it. Say, "Yo, X, man, you shouldn't have did X, Y, and Z." And hey, I'll address it the next time I come up here. But I don't think anyone disrespected her last night. That's not what I saw. That's not what I saw. Maybe I need to go back and look at it and check it out. But I don't think anyone disrespected her. Of course, there were some disagreements. That's part of the deal. All right. I'll say again, this isn't an echo chamber where everybody's just going to sit and do the bobblehead. No, not here. It's not going to happen. So with all due respect, Mrs. Riddick, I don't think anyone disrespected you. If you feel at a point that you got disrespected, please send me the clip, chop it, send it to me. I'll look it over and we can talk about it. All right. You have my number, madam, obviously. So, I don't see where you say we humiliated you or disrespected you. Myself and the other brothers showed you nothing but courtesy. They're going to give you pushback with things that you disagree, things that they disagree with. They're going to do it. That's what this space is about. And likewise, me. She talked about a lot of things last night that I vehemently disagree with. And I didn't even give her a lot of pushback on it. I just kind of let her go. So I don't understand the correspondence that I got today. And you know, it is what it is. But I think you mischaracterized me wrong and mischaracterized the brothers wrong as well. Because the brothers that were up here, they're not even those kind of brothers. They're not. All right. All right. So without further ado, I see Lady Queen Q is here. Peace, Lady Queen Q.
Peace, peace. Can you hear me? I just want to make sure that my audio is good.
Yeah, you good. I'm sorry I had you down there so long, but
Oh no, you're fine. You're perfectly fine. Forgive me. I want to apologize in advance. I'm currently in my store setting up. So if my
Okay.
Wi-Fi goes out, that is why, but hopefully it doesn't.
Okay. Well, we got a few other people that's going to come through too that I spoke with earlier. So people will be, I guess, coming in throughout the life of this stream. But let me go ahead and get these early super chats out the way. I can't believe you brothers is dropping coins on me already. Shout out to brother Royston Gibbs with the $5 super chat. He said, "Here you go." I appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that $5 super chat. And when you drop coins on this platform, brother, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And also, shout out to brother Deshaun, longtime supporter of the T.P.O.T YouTube page. Brother Deshaun with the $10 super chat. He said, "Keep up the great work, brother X." I will try, brother Deshaun. I will try, man. I appreciate that $10 super chat, brother. You get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Yeah, I appreciate the good brothers dropping coins on a brother before the show even start. But yeah, Lady Q, I have to ask you, have you seen the Kodak Black with his mom video?
I have. I watched it. It is it is cringy to watch that type of interaction. Um, However, I tend to contribute it based off of culture in some ways. So I try to, in some ways look at it logically versus emotionally and not operate off the first reaction that I get. So I had to replay it a couple times and I tended to pinpoint a couple of things that I wanted to talk about when
Do tell, madam.
when we talk about it. One of the things that after I rewatched it multiple times, I had to remind myself that this is Kodak Black that we're talking about. Um, and when you think about Kodak Black, the first thing I think of is very hood, very ghetto. The culture is going to be different, more of a gangbanger type of mentality. Therefore, I would not expect for a gangbanger to properly know how to dance in a way that is becoming of a public setting, if that makes sense.
Mm.
So for me, seeing the reaction of him holding his mom, holding her butt cheek, I had to sit there and I had to ask myself, has he ever actually danced properly with a proper woman to where they would not allow him to do that?
Mm.
Is that something that has essentially been ingrained into him? Which is what I feel like a lot of what we're going to be talking about is going to be the nature that has been ingrained, or I don't want to put it as culture, but I want to put it as the normacy of certain behaviors being the normacy of certain behaviors that others would find unbecoming.
Yeah. And see, it wasn't just that. I saw him, groping his mom. Okay. Groping mom's butt is just it's beyond cringy to a brother like me. It's despicable, actually.
I agree.
And then because see, someone sent me just a clip of him, you know, grabbing his mom's behind. So I went and looked at the whole video for myself. And I also saw him trying to kiss her in the mouth. I
I
saw
did
that
not see that.
also.
I only saw the butt groping.
Yeah. So when I saw that, I'm like, what the hell is going on? Now, I'm the type of dude where everyone knows that I've coined the phrase, these old mamas. I've coined that phrase, but I also talk a lot about the Oedipus complex that I think exists inside of Black society due to their uh, uh, kids being raised, well, males specifically, being raised by women, and these women grooming them into something I call a husband son.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I believe the Oedipus complex is real, okay, throughout certain pockets of Black society, and I think things like this, you know, seeing something like this, I think this is the result of it. Because even if you say, okay, this is part of the culture of that household, this is part of the culture of that family, this is part of the culture of that woman or even him. If you combine all those things together, I still kind of see it being somewhat despicable. And the reason why I say it's despicable is because when it happened, she didn't seem uncomfortable with it. Obviously, he was not uncomfortable with it, which leads me to believe, you know, putting on my tinfoil hat, you know, the whole conspiracy thing, that this is something that has occurred before. Um, when I see that type of stuff, it doesn't strike me as, oh, well, you know, this is the first time it happened. This is just an experiment. No, what I saw was someone comfortable with groping his mama's ass and a mama who was comfortable with her son groping her ass. That's what I saw. I didn't see this as a first time thing. This just happened. You know, this is the first time this happened ever. No, this is something that's pretty normal. You know, mom just kind of shrugs it off when he does it because he's done it before. Am I wrong to assume that?
No, you are not. No, you are not. I personally, now, when I watched it, I felt like she was uncomfortable to a T, but she wasn't uncomfortable enough to tell him, like, hey, don't do that. You know what I mean? The video that I saw was essentially her when he grabbed her butt and she was kind of like, I guess, walking away. That's the part that I saw. It was only like a
Hmm.
quick, like, little 6-second clip of him kind of like dancing with her, and then she kind of like was kind of like, to me it was kind of like she gave that smile like, okay, you're probably a little too drunk, let's calm it down. But I didn't get to see the full video like you did.
Yeah, you don't want to see it. You don't want to see it. You don't want to see it. But what I am going to do is I'm going to show you good folks some others, because see, this type of stuff isn't new to the T.P.O.T YouTube page. We see this kind of crap all the time. In fact, we've got many of these things in our archives. This is just the latest. But I'm going to show y'all a quick 2-minute video. Prepare to throw up in your mouth. Um, I'm going to show you another one. Prepare to throw up in your mouth twice. Okay, folks, I'm just getting you ready for it before we even start. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Get you ready for it, folks, before we even start. And the one that you're seeing now isn't the worst one. Okay, just to let you know, I'm saving the worst for last. Fair use, God damn it, fair use, Negroes. Let me go ahead and put my fair use sign up. You will not enjoy this, people. You will not enjoy this. But here goes.
crazy that 51-year-old Johnny Depp will soon wed his 28-year-old fiance. A 9-year-old boy marries a 62-year-old woman. This is Stephanie Zua here for Miko Spark TV. At an age when most boys would be a ring bearer at a wedding, 9-year-old South African boy Masilela, wearing a silver tuxedo, was the one walking down the aisle to marry a 62-year-old Helen Shabangu for the second time. According to South African Sunday Times, both families claim the wedding is simply a ritual after 9-year-old Masilela said he was told by his dead ancestors to wed last year. Masilela and Shabangu originally wed in a similar 2013 ceremony. However, South African tradition states that a couple should declare their vows in both their homes. So, this year, Masilela and Helen partook in another ceremony at the bride's house. Villagers describe the ceremony as sickening, as both bride and groom are seen in pictures puckering up for a kiss. But Masilela's family said the union is just a ritual and not legally binding, and that
Hold up. Hold up. I missed that before. Did y'all see that? Did y'all see that? Let me see. Let me get back to it. You see the way the young fella is looking at her when she kissed the old fella? Are y'all seeing that? The young fella's like, what the fuck? It's my girl. What you doing? I missed that part before. Y'all see that look? Look at that look. He like, what the hell? What's going on? But let's continue.
Up for a kiss. But Masilela's family said the union is just a ritual and not legally binding, and that Masilela and Shabangu do not live together or have sexual relations. The boy's mother, Patience, said, I know it's what the ancestors wanted. If we hadn't done what my son had asked, then something bad would have happened for the family. What makes it even more bizarre is that Helen Shabangu is already married and has 5 kids, all older than the groom, with her 66-year-old husband, who also happened to be president.
Wait a goddamn minute. She's already married and has kids with some other dude, but she marries the child. And you see where we froze it at, right? We froze it at that same picture where the young fella's like, hey, look, man, this is my wife. What you doing? Let's continue.
At both ceremonies. Her husband said, my kids and I are happy because we do not have a problem with her marrying the boy. I don't care what other people say. Masilela mentioned, I'm happy that I married Helen, but I will go to school.
And look at this, man. Look at the people in the background. They're smiling, folks. They're smiling like that. Nothing abnormal here. This is just a regular, customary stuff, y'all. No big deal. Nothing to see here, folks.
And study hard. When I'm older, I will marry a lady my own age. The boy became a world's youngest groom last year. All right, thank you everybody for tuning in to this.
Oh, shut up, girl. Just shut up. Yeah, so there's that. Let me show y'all one more. This one will make your skin crawl, I promise. Because you know, X never disappoints. Let me go ahead and bring this up. Prepare to throw up in your mouth once again, folks. I'm sorry, but I must show this in video. I must show it to you good folks. I have to set the tone. Go ahead and put this up. Probably should have had this loaded up already. That would have been a good idea. Let's go.
Man marries his mother after impregnating her. Zimbabwe. A woman married her own son yesterday. The woman and her son claimed to be in love with each other, and they decided to take their relationship to the next level and get married, considering that the mother, Betty Mbriko, from Nudity in Masvingo, is now 6 months pregnant and expecting her son's child, and her grandchild. Mbriko, 40, has been a widow for the past 12 years and has been living with her 23-year-old son Ferry Mbriko. She confirmed that she is 6 months pregnant and that she has decided it is better to marry her son because she does not want to marry her late husband's young brothers, whom she says are coveting her. Betty stunned the village court last week when she said the affair with her son had begun 3 years earlier. She said after spending a lot of money sending Ferret to school following the death of her husband, she felt she had a right to his money and no other woman was entitled to it. Look, I struggled alone to send my son to school and no one helped me. Now you see that my son is working and you accuse me of doing something wrong. Let me enjoy the products of my sweat, she told the village court council. Ferret said he was more than prepared to marry his mother and would pay off the lobola balance his father had left unpaid to his grandparents. I know my father died before he finished paying the bride price and I am prepared to pay it off, he said. It is better to publicize what is happening because people should know that I am the one who made my mother pregnant. Otherwise they will accuse her of promiscuity. But local headman Nathan Mupularwa says, we cannot allow this to happen in our village. This is a bad omen indeed. In the past they would have to be killed, but today.
Did y'all hear that? In the past they would have been killed for this. For doing this, they would have been killed. Let's continue.
We cannot do it because we are afraid of the police. He warned them to immediately break off their marriage or leave his village. They chose the latter and have since left the village for an undisclosed destination.
Yeah. So, what do you think, Lady Q?
I'm so glad I was muted when you played those videos. I'm so glad I was muted just now because y'all would have heard every curse word under the sun. Wow. Whew. I'll need a minute to gather myself before I answer.
Okay. Of course, I think this is despicable. I've known about this story for quite some time. I've had this in my archive since I think 2016. I actually came on. I don't know if y'all remember. I was featured on Brother Bernard Raleigh's show a while back, and I was doing something called the Oedipus Complex, and I had him play this video back then, or another version of it that I had, a different version, but the same people. And if you listen to the story, good folk, the story is her husband died, who is this guy's father, and she was supposed to marry one of the husband's younger brothers, which has its own bit of despicability of its own, but she was due to marry one of her late husband's brothers, but she didn't want them. So what she did is she started sleeping with her son, eventually marrying him. And her excuse for doing this was, well, I spent all this money and all this time getting my son educated, and now that he's graduated and now he makes a lot of money, I don't think other women should be getting this money, so I'm going to freaking marry him. And at the time of this report, she was actually 6 months pregnant with her son's child. So the baby inside her gut is her grandchild and her child at the same time. As far as the young fella goes, the baby inside of mom is not only his son or daughter, but it is also his brother or sister. All right? So that's what we got. Yeah, that's what we got, y'all. So I tie this back into the whole, not just the Kodak Black thing, because this isn't really about him per se. It's about what makes this happen. How do these things happen? And me, being the biased person that I am, I kind of lean more on the mother's side. Why? Because she is the parent. So I lean towards her being the catalyst to most of this. Now, of course, the son, he has to go along with it. He has to acclimate to it. But when it comes down to it, she is the parent. She raised this dude. So if this type of behavior is going on, all right, this type of behavior is going on and this type of behavior is accepted, that means that mom played a big part in it. That's just where I fall, all right? Mom played a big part in this, all right? Mom been allowing this. This didn't just start when he got to be a grown man. The inappropriate nonsense that was going on when he was a child, when he was an adolescent, when he was going through puberty. She was allowing this crap. She was allowing it. So we got to talk about mom. We got to talk about mom. Because when we're talking about the Oedipus complex or the Oedipus Complexidus, that I refer to it as, we are talking about a man growing up, not really being treated as a son, but being treated as a husband. A man who's being groomed to grow up to take care of mama. A man who's growing up to be whatever she couldn't get from his father or other men. Therefore, she looks to the son to provide it. And we see that a lot. We see that when people come from meager means, the first thing they do is they want to buy mom a house. They want to buy mom a car. They want to buy mom a mink coat. They want to do all this shit for mama, right? And me, I don't really have a problem with it, but I have a problem with the principles behind it. Because, see, if you're a person who gets rich and then you got to go and take your mama out the ghetto, what that means is mom never took you out the ghetto because she's still there. That means you grew up in that shit. So she never took you out of the ghetto, right? If you got to get rich and then go back and get mom out of poverty and out of the hood, that means she never took you out of poverty, never took you out of the hood because she's still there. So you have to go back and get her. Now, a lot of us, we don't have that, all right? I mean, I grew up with my mother and my father. So once I started making money as a grown man, I didn't have to buy my mom a house. My dad did that. I didn't have to buy my mom a car. My dad did that. So I didn't have the pressure on me to, get rich, get all this money, buy mama a house, buy mama a car, buy mama a big old mink coat, right? Because I didn't have to. My old man did all that shit. When I bought my mom or my dad something, it was because I wanted to show them appreciation. It was their birthday. It was their anniversary. It wasn't because, I got to get mom out the hood. I got to get mom out the projects. I got to get mom out the ghetto. I didn't have to do that. That was my father's job. He did that. So with the Oedipus complex, it usually takes place when you have a woman who has sons or a son, but there's no man there. There's no father there. Because I don't believe the Oedipus complex can really exist when the father's there. The father kind of negates that. I know I read a study a long time ago that most children are born with the so-called Oedipus complex. But if there's a man around, it kind of goes away by the time the child is 4 or 5. Because they say it also happens with young girls where they're infatuated with their father to a degree till about the age of 5. And then it breaks off. Now, I don't know if that's exactly scientific. I read it in an article. But if you're a young boy and you growing up to be 3 and 4 and 5, if your father's in your life, the Oedipus complex usually dissipates. Something about your father being around gets rid of it. But if there's no father there to make it dissipate, it continues, right? It goes on and on and on and on, all the way up until you're an adult, where she actually not just expects you to act like a quote unquote husband, son, but she expects you to do all the things that a husband, son should do. She starts to treat you like one. And that is the true Oedipus Complexidus that I refer to. Because I know y'all are familiar with the Oedipus story, right? Y'all are familiar with that story, right? Or no? Who's familiar with it? Put a Y in the chat if you're familiar with the story. Put an N in the chat if you're not. I know you're familiar with it, right, Lady Q?
Oh yes, absolutely.
I know I'm making you throw up in your mouth, Lady Q, but that's kind of the purpose of this show tonight, to make everyone throw up in their mouth. All right, so I see my man. Well, my brother, Perfect Blackness, is in the house. What's good with it, brother? Perfect Black. If y'all want to come through, you can. Y'all know what to do. The email is prophetofthought@yahoo.com. That's prophetofthought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com. But go ahead, Lady Q, you got it.
No, I was just listening to what you had to say, and I wholeheartedly agree. And one of the main reasons why I believe that it falls off when the fathers are in a household, because the father establishes with the young boy that the mother belongs to him and he has to get his own. I know that there are times where, as women, we want to be nurturing. One of the things I strive to do is not to deprive my son of feelings. I want him to, be able to come to me. I want my son to be able to come to me and hug me and be able to sit next to me and just, get that touch that I guess that a lot of little kids want. However, it is my husband that's the one that's kind of like, okay, if it's me and mommy, it's me and mommy's time. No, you can't come sit on her lap. No, you can't come take her away from me. Go watch TV, go do something. It's me and mommy's time. And I think that solidifies with the child that, okay, I'm not the only one that can garner attention from this individual. That's the way that I see it personally. I do know that there are times where my son will get jealous, even if it's something where he gets jealous of other children because he is an only child. So when he sees my attention being diverted away from him, he'll kind of come over and do his little thing. And it's my husband. It's like, go do this, go do that. Nope. She's doing this right now. You're not going to interrupt that. And I think that plays a vital role when it comes to children. Even when I was younger, it was kind of like I kind of had an Oedipus complex for my father. Of course, I was a daddy's girl, which means I wanted to be under my dad. I wanted to love on my dad. And I know that I wanted my dad to be mine and just mine, even when it came to my mom. But my dad was always kind of like, I can give you hugs, I can give you kisses, but at a certain time, this snuggling stuff gotta stop. He's like, it gotta stop, and I'm like, but you're my father. And he's like, I am, and I will always be. But I can't keep treating you. And I guess it's like, I often hear men refer to it as babying. I can't keep babying you. So.
Yeah, I had to have that talk with my daughters too. But unfortunately, it hasn't went anywhere. They're adults now, and they still do the same shit.
I think that's all of the girls. We always see our daddy as that person that we can go to for protection and different things like that. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, even as an adult, if I'm around my mother or my grandmother, I find ways to snuggle. I'm not even gonna lie. If that means I lay across the end of the bed and I kind of like lay on their feet or something, that's something that I do. I guess that's just me though. I'm a big baby, so like if I crawl in the bed with my grandmother, like I'll lay down and she'll like rub my head. Those are things that I
Yeah,
still do. So.
Yeah, well, I think that that's just I don't know if maybe it's a girl thing because my daughters are grown and they still call me daddy. They don't call me pop or daddy. Oh, daddy, I need $100. So there is that. Yeah,
I,
they still call me daddy and shit.
I think I still
Um,
call my dad daddy whenever I speak to him. I don't say dad. I remember one time I went through a phase where I called him father, and he would look at me like I was crazy, and he'd be like, "Don't say that. That just sounds weird." And I would be like, "Father."
yeah. I mean, they still call me daddy, not like my sons. My sons call me old man. That's my damn name. As far as they could, hey, old man. Um, so I mean, okay, being a mother yourself, I'm glad you're here because I can ask you some mother questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, being a mother yourself, you understand that, there's going to be a certain time when, you know, pop's influence is going to kind of seep in and kind of supersede yours a little bit, especially being that because you have a son, right? You have a son.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point, pop's influence is going to supersede yours. And
Mm-hmm.
whatever Oedipus complex that exists there, the spell will be broken.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you think a woman should handle, the spell being broken? Or is it broken? Does it just get a little leaner?
For me, I kind of see it already happening with my son. Of course, him being younger, I'm pretty sure we've all heard the statistics that children tend to do better with their fathers, and things like that. But those first few years of nurturing play a key role also when they're with their mothers. So with my son, I've started to notice that he is starting to lean more into his father. Before he used to kind of just be like, I don't want to go with daddy. I want to stay with mommy. If I told him, hey, you have to ride in a car with your dad, he would start crying. He's like, no. Now it's gotten to a point to where it's pretty much, if I tell my son, hey, go get in the car with your father, he every now and then he may give a little pushback. He'll be like, but I want to ride in your car. And I'm like, no, you're going to ride with your father. And he'll kind of do like okay. And he'll hop in the car with his father. But I have noticed more that my son is starting to gravitate to my husband more. Now, I can't speak for every woman just because I would say that I'm different. I value my space, and my son is a stage 9 hip clinger. So I'm happy to
Mhm.
start having my freedom now to where I can cook in the kitchen and I'm not yelling every couple minutes, to stay out the kitchen or don't come in here or, can I use the bathroom in peace? So it's very reassuring to me. So I personally don't mind it. I don't know how other mothers will take it, however, but with me, my son, and my husband, I personally don't mind it. I knew it was gonna happen. That's the other thing. I knew it was gonna happen. As the more independent that he gets, the more in reality I'm gonna have to take a step back and let him make his mistakes, to let him go through his trial and errors. Even now, when I go to school, like if I drop him off at school, it's gotten to the point to where he's like, okay, my friends are here, bye, leave. I don't want to be seen around you right now. So it's
Mm.
kind of like it's already started, even though he's 4. It's already kind of getting to that point to where he's taking more and more steps away from me. So it's something that I've kind of already mentally prepared for. And the way that I kind of just offset that, in my humble opinion, is pictures. I just take a bunch of pictures of my son.
Mhm. Yeah, that's an interesting take on it because that's kind of what the natural progression is supposed to be anyway, right? They have those 4, 5, 6 nurturing years,
Mm-hmm.
especially as a son, as a male child, have that 4, 5, 6 nurturing years, and then mom kind of falls back a little bit, and now he kind of goes under the tutelage of the old man. That's
Mm-hmm.
kind of how it's supposed to go, you know. But
Oh yeah.
with this whole thing where that there is no man to for the mother to fall back from. So
Well, If I
go
may,
ahead.
if I may say this, I don't think it's that so much. I believe that these women have chosen men that they don't trust. Even when you think
Mm,
about, even if you take away the single mother aspect of it and you think about mothers as a whole, you have a lot of women out here who won't even let their husbands lead their son. And to that, I always have to ask them why. And they're like, oh, well, I'm worried about this. And I'm like, do you not trust your husband to lead your son and give him proper direction? And I think
Mm,
that's what makes it so easy for me to step back, because I know that my son is in very, very good hands. I would not have had children with a man who I would not trust to leave my children in the care of or allow him to teach and lead.
mhm,
So even when you talk about it on a bigger scale such as that, you have to ask yourself, because it's not only single mothers, it's also married women. I tend to notice that there are some married women too that are like that are kind of like, oh, he's going with his dad, oh, I'm just going to oversee everything, I'm going to interject, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to, do all this. And I'm like, I'm the type of mother that's like, no, I'm going to leave him in the care of his father. Whatever his father says, it goes. And even if it makes me uncomfortable at times, I'm still going to stay that step back and let him do what he does. And a perfect example of that is, like, I remember when my son was 2 and we took him to a fair. And at the fair they have the little house where you go in and it's all the mirrors and you see the little kids running into the walls and things like that, right? So I stood on the
mhm.
outside and I was taking a kind of like a video of my son going through not through the haunted, I'm about to call it a haunted house, the house of mirrors. And I noticed that my son kept getting stuck, but my husband kind of left him. And in my mind, I was about to tell my husband, no, go back and get my child. Like, no, don't let him be more than 3 feet away from you, because that's the way that I would have done it, being there with him. But something in the back of my head told me, was like, no, don't say anything, let him do it. So my son's standing there, he's looking out, he can see me, he starts to cry, and I'm just kind of looking, and my husband's like, hey, look at me. And so my son looks at my husband, he's like, take your time, calm down, now come through. So then it took him a minute, but he worked himself. He cried a little bit. My husband kind of stood there, let him cry. He worked himself through it. And then he was able to pass through the house of mirrors. And when he got through, he was happy, he was excited, and he wanted to do it again. And I sat back and I sat there in that moment. I asked myself, I said, what would have happened if I would have interjected and I would have went in there and got my child? Because my anxiety was going up because he was crying, because I didn't want to see my son struggle through that, because I wanted to hold his hand and help him through that. How would I have hindered him? And in that moment, I kind of sat down on the bench there and I thought about it, and I was like, I thought about it long and hard, and I was like, that could have potentially been a moment where I could have destroyed my son's confidence, and I could have messed him up more than him just going through a house of mirrors.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that one, Lady Q. But we've been joined by a good friend of the old T.P.O.T YouTube page, the one and only Lady Ruby is in the house. What's good with it, Lady Ruby?
Good evening, sir. Lovely to be here. Thank you for having me. And I have no idea who you are, but hello, other lady on the panel. Lovely to have
That
another
Hi.
that is Lady Queen Q. She's been here quite a few times.
Yeah, but see, the problem is, right, if the names don't come up on the screen, then a lot of people,
Oh,
I'm like, I don't know who you are. So I'm just like, I'll just listen to your voice, a lot you listen like it's like the radio. So if I don't recognize your voice, like, oh, that girl, I like that girl, I like what she had to say, but you don't know who she is, right? So
well, she kind of puts me in the mind of you. I guess that's why, I've had her here a couple times. But um let me ask you, Lady Ruby, because
Mhm.
you've been around the T.P.O.T YouTube page a while.
Yes,
You
sir.
know that X, we talk about this stuff.
Hmm.
Well, first let me ask you, did you see the Kodak Black video? Did you see that?
I did see it, yeah, unfortunately.
Okay.
I saw
Okay.
it.
So your thoughts. Oh, and brother Game Changer is in the house. Actually, this is a continuation of
Yeah,
brother
that's where
Game
I saw it.
Changers. Yeah, I saw brother Game Changer today, and I was like, I
Mhm.
gotta talk about this shit tonight, because this shit is kind of like in my lane. If you
Mhm.
want to come, through, brother Game Changer, I'll send you the link. All right, but go ahead, Lady Ruby, you got it.
Yeah, so I got Game Changer to thank. I would literally have just cracked my eyes open, so I just watched from the clouds. But that's where I saw it, and I was like, Because Game Changer, right? Sometimes he might exaggerate a little bit. He was not exaggerating with this one. I was no, he grabbed it. Oh my god, he grabbed it. Oh no, he didn't grab her there. And then if you look, which honestly Game Changer didn't even mention at one point, he has his hand on the front of his mother, and it's really in her pelvic region. Like it's
What?
right over her. Yeah, if you look, and actually Game Changer had it paused there. He was talking about something else, but I was just like, that hand, I know where that is on my body. That's where my coochie is. And why is his hand there? Like his hand is in every private place this woman has. Now, on one side, right, you got the mother who's kind of like she's smiling and laughing, but at the same time, she's almost gently trying to get away from it.
That's
On the
what
other
I saw.
side, yeah, she did look uncomfortable, but she was smiling very big. And so it was a confusing message. I understand why men didn't see the discomfort at all because of the smiling and laughing portion. As women, we understand.
We know the signs. It's like if
Oh,
your friend
so
is out and she's laughing and you're like, oh no, she's in distress, and people are like, no, she's laughing. I'm like, no, there's different laughs and there's different eyes, and you can kind of tell.
Yeah.
so in the lady science that we know nothing about,
Mhm.
y'all could tell with y'all lady science eyes that she didn't like it, or I mean, fill us in
Yeah,
here.
Right.
it was the way that she smiled when she turned around. It was the way she was smiling. Like I said, to me, I got the impression she's like, okay, you drinking a little too much. Let's take a step back. And she was kind of. It wasn't one of those things where you can tell she wasn't trying to be like, stop it, boy. But at the same time, she really wasn't like. I don't know how to
She wasn't
describe it.
comfortable. Okay, here's the thing.
I don't know
So
how to describe it to a man. It's just like
no,
when
you
you
can
see it.
here. I'll explain. So because body language, right? So right? If you were looking at a woman, right, and you make a type of advance at her, right? Whether it's to kiss her, to hold her, to touch her ass, whatever it is, body language that's open and inviting and I want some more. And then body language that tells you like, okay, I'm not mad at it, right? I'm not going to be mad at you, but let's not do that again, right? So, for example, she was doing things like she would close her hands kind of into a fist, and he would try to grab her hand, but she closed her hand into a fist, so you can't grab her hand, right? And she's trying to pull her arms in towards herself gently. Again, she's not trying to say, I hate you, I'm angry. She's not trying to let the world think, oh my God, my son just did me something. But she is also trying to gently extract herself from it. So that told me, and you knew that, like if a woman did that to you, right? You went in for like a kiss or something, she turns her cheek, so that way you only get the cheek, right? And then you go in for another one, and now she kind of takes a step back, right? And then you're trying to grab her hand, and she kind of pulls her hand slightly out of your reach, right? Like you felt all those signs. It's like, okay, I don't know what her problem is, but I know she doesn't want me to do that again. Do you know what I mean? And that's what we're seeing. But as women, we pick it up all at once and we put ourselves into her shoes. And so we know what the feeling is. Like we could feel that feeling from her and be like, oh, I know how that feels. But here's the problem. So I don't think this is to the mother. I don't think that the sexual behavior between son and mother is normal behavior to her. And I don't think it makes her comfortable. Right? I also don't think it's 100% foreign, as in I think he's done this before. And I also think that she unintentionally, and here's the important part, and it might be a difference between what other people think. She unintentionally created this monster. Okay. And so here's the problem, right? And we talk about this all the time in this space, the sunsbins, right? These women who take their little tiny boys and make them not only the man of the house, but make them the husband, right? This is your husband in every way. And he's also your confidant in every way. And you are telling this child things that children have no business knowing about their mother, like your loneliness and your suffering and how you want to feel beautiful again and and all of this stuff. that this kid, you put so much on the kid's shoulder that they have to be responsible for your emotional and mental health as when they're children. So now you have a man, right? He's grown up, and we see this in a bunch of different ways. The problem with Kodak Black is he grew up and he doesn't understand what makes a woman feel beautiful or what makes a woman feel sexy or desired or appreciated. He actually doesn't understand those things. He actually does things just like Trump, right? You grab him in the pussy and that's enough for them. Right? That gets them hot and bothered, lets them know that they're hot. Like, no, right? No woman is going to feel super beautiful because you're groping them, right? But he's confusing, right, sexual love for non-sexual love, and he has no idea how to make his mother actually feel beautiful non-sexually, and he doesn't even know how to make a sexual mate feel beautiful.
Well, if you don't mind me chiming in,
yeah, go ahead.
I do believe, and that's why I said where he grew up and the way that he grew up, to them, and women who think like that or women who are accustomed to getting attention like that, they consider that making them feel beautiful. Just like the same way how if you ask some individuals, this is not a shot at men, I promise it's not. If you ask some individuals, like if you ask Kodak Black to go and shoot his shot at a well-mannered woman who grew up in a different environment than him, just a regular decently dressed woman who's very, I'm gonna even say very modest, just a decent woman, he would not be able to shoot his shot at her. She would be that woman that is cringed out by the way that he shoots his shot, because for him shooting his shot is, hey baby, what your name is, da 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 da, I do this to you, I'd F you, where, you know, this woman is expecting this man to come up to you and say, hello, how you doing today, beautiful? Such and such, and, you know, have a conversation. And you tend to see that because even I get approached by men like that. And when I turn them down, they're like, you can't take a compliment. And I'm like, in my eyes, that's not a compliment. You walking up on me in the middle of the day or in the middle of the night, telling me how you want to lick me, suck me, and do all these things, that's not a compliment to me. And it has happened.
Weirdos.
Yeah, but they don't see that as weird. They see that as if they do that to a woman who they're used to walking up to, she gonna be like, ooh, tell me more.
I mean,
right, but see, that's sorry.
So did you see the whole video? You saw the whole video, Lady Ruby? Did you see the whole video? Did you see you see the part where he was trying to kiss his mom in the mouth? I could kind of see she was kind of uncomfortable with that because she was like turning her face. You know, she was kind of turning her face from that. I just she didn't look uncomfortable enough for me. I think that's my problem. That's where I'm stuck at. Like, she didn't look uncomfortable enough, and he looked way too comfortable.
Well, question.
That's what I was saying. He looked way too comfortable doing what he was doing.
If I may ask a question, with all the cameras on her, if she would have reacted that way, what would have been the outcome?
Exactly. And see, now here's the thing. We talk a lot
you have
about...
to think she's trying not to embarrass her son. So,
yeah,
you know,
right.
It's like even in public, in public, there are certain things that I kind of like, I'll try to get onto my child about, but at the same time, I don't want to do it to where it's like, oh, here go another crazy black woman out here in the streets abusing her child or yelling at her child.
Yeah, but
we don't talk about, see, here's the thing. We don't talk enough about the difference between a fully functional mother and then the no count mothers, right? So we forget, like, these no count mothers who don't care that they're embarrassing or shaming their kids. In fact, they get a thrill out of it, right? They get a thrill out of embarrassing their kids, and they get a thrill out of being the victim in every situation, even if it's with their kids and whatever. We talk a lot about them, but we don't separate them and realize that there's two different categories of mother when it comes to that, right? And she's clearly the kind of mother, right, that she actually wants good for her kids. So she doesn't want distress to show in her face at all. She doesn't want to get her kid into some kind of trouble. She doesn't want her kid to get into some kind of embarrassment, right? She wants to play it off. But there's also another thing. She might know her kid very well. She might know that being very forceful or firm with him might get him to pop off. And that's going to create an even worse situation with all the cameras on her kid. So she, for all we know, he's tried this before and she has gotten more aggressive about it. And he's reacted even more aggressively. And that's the last thing she wants. She wants this to be played off. And it's like, it's all right. You know what? Everyone's all right. We're all okay. It's okay. It's just joking around. Ha, ha, ha. Let's all forget about it. Right? That's
But
desperately what she wants.
But isn't that the problem though? Because I think, me personally, I think that he fucking embarrassed the hell out of her. That's one thing. Number two, isn't that the problem? That, we don't want to say anything. We keep the secrets. Don't tell anyone. Don't you talk about what's going on in this house, even though it's a really, really fucked up, dysfunctional house. I mean, I think that is part of the problem. The keeping up the secrets. Shh, don't say anything. Be quiet. Don't make this person mad. Don't upset this person. Don't tell this person that this other person is doing this. I mean, there's so much of that crap. All right.
Well,
there's so much of that crap inside of a lot of Black households, and a lot of these damn secrets that get kept. I think they're more of a damn detriment than the act itself. Because if the damn secrets weren't kept, maybe the damn act would stop. And we always want to freaking hide.
Well, T.P.O.T, I believe that it doesn't.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry. No, I don't think it's just a Black household issue, though. I think it's an overall household issue. I hear all the time from friends that aren't Black how their parents tell them, the problems within our family stay within our family, and you deal with them inside of the family. That's not a relatively new concept, nor is it only inherent to Black individuals. I've had plenty of white friends get cussed out for exposing family drama, and their parents are like, "You talk about that at home."
But shouldn't some stuff be told?
Touchdown, baby. Yeah. Okay.
But you know what though? Here's the thing. And actually, I'm looking at a video right now, literally on the effects of permissive parenting. So this actually came at a really great time for me because I'm going to add this into the video with the video I already have, which is bad enough. And here's the thing. So you take permissive parenting. Parents who don't want to punish their kids, don't want to yell at them, don't want to get them in trouble, and want to accept everything bad that they do, mostly because they feel guilty, right? And why do they feel guilty? Normally because they are single parents, okay? And they know their kid isn't in the best situation. They have to tell their kid no a lot. They don't get to give their kid all the things they had wanted to give their kid. They feel super guilty about it. And so what do? They don't give their child healthy boundaries. They don't give their child healthy exertion of authority, right? And so the kids never actually learn the word no and, hey, this isn't acceptable, right? And every time that kid crosses the line, the mom makes excuses for the kid and for the behavior, right? Oh, he was just really drunk. He probably thought I was his girlfriend, right? They just make all these excuses to excuse their kid because at the end of the day, they feel so guilty because they do recognize that part of a very large reason why this problem is happening is normally because they had the kid way too young, because we see this risky sexual behavior like tenfold from teen single mothers versus adult ones, and because the father's not around and they know the role that they played in that.
I think I hear what you're saying, Ruby, but I don't believe that's the majority. I feel like that is a small minority of the population that's dealing with that. What I feel like is going on is that you have mothers who had children who really don't care about who they lay down with, in addition to the fact that they really don't care about these kids. They have them. They give them the basic necessities like food, water, shelter, and whatever. But a lot of these women today are not raising their kids to be their kids. They're raising them, as T.P.O.T said. They're raising them as companions, or they're trying to turn their children into either the thing that they wanted to be or the thing that they couldn't get. And it usually backfires. And that's what we're talking about here, is mothers who are raising their children to supply them with the emotional needs that their husband is supposed to be giving them.
Well, here's the thing, and I absolutely agree with you. In fact, if you remember when I first came on, I actually said the same thing, right? These are not dissonant issues, right? And it's not like, well, it's one or the other. It's actually both. And you can look at the attitude and behavior of the mother to see that it's both, right? Because if you raise a husband, right, but at the same time you're still domineering, controlling, and you don't care at all about the kid, then you know what? You will stomp all over that kid, embarrass that kid publicly. You don't care. You don't care, right? So there's still the personality of the mother to take in account, as well as the actions of the mother, which was to put this child into a little husband role in the household, right? And so I'm looking at this situation and I'm like, you can clearly see the difference between these permissive parents who do this and then the terrible effects that it has, especially on our young men who don't know what manhood is. They don't know what non-sexual love between a man and a woman is, because you put them in a role of being a husband. So they watch the media, they look outside, they see what a husband is, right? They understand that. You want to talk about the Oedipus complex, right? Because that was in the title, right? Well, what is this complex? Well, the complex initially starts with the son being in love with, right? Taking Freud's sexual energy and it being all geared at the mother, right? But then there's this big giant mountain of an obstacle called the father, right? And he fears the father because he knows that the father wants to stop him from getting his one true love. So what does he do? Because he fears the father, he fears being castrated by the father. He starts aligning himself with his father. His father is no longer going to be his competition. Fine, I lose out on that mate. That's cool. I'm going to fall back on the whole I'm going to marry you thing. Instead, I'm just going to love you like a mama, and I'm going to identify with my father, right? So what happens then when there is no father to identify with, or there is no male role model for the kid to identify with, right? That whole transfer that's supposed to happen gets interrupted, right? And so those overly intense feelings of love and identification with the mother and identification with wanting to marry the mom one day, that never gets interrupted. And see, the thing is, we don't see this all the time in every single motherhood household, right? Because not every single mother doesn't give their children male role models. Not every single mother makes the child into a little husband, right? Not every single mother becomes overly reliant and adultifies their 5, 6, 7-year-old little boy, right? So we don't always see that this gets interrupted. But in this case, I think it very much did, because you're listening to him and he doesn't say, I love my mom. He says, I'm in love with her. He wants to make his mom. What do most sons do when they want to make their moms feel beautiful? They buy her a dress. They buy her some roses, right? They don't feel her up in public.
You want your mom to feel beautiful, you buy her a car. You don't freaking, you don't grab her ass. I just don't see that. If I want to make my mom feel beautiful, I would go out and buy her something really, really nice.
Right.
That is true.
But we've been joined by Brother Game Changer. But before Brother Game Changer jumps in, what does everybody think about what Brother E. Taylor 704 says? He says, I'm with you, X. I think she was pissed that he did it in public. What if that's just the regular to them? Could that be a thing? Could she just be, she was upset because he did it outside, Maybe she was like in his ear, like, we don't do this in public, boy. We only do this at the crib. What if it was that?
I think it's possible that the first time it happened at home, privately, and it did go a little too far, and it was probably a lot of alcohol on both sides, and then it was like, that shouldn't have happened. Let's never do that again. And maybe the mother had breaks, like, because this is wrong, and the son doesn't because he wasn't raised correctly. So I think it's possible. I do think it's possible it has happened before, not just in public and not just a couple times. I think it might have actually, some lines might have been crossed in private before, initially, right?
Well,
Mama was lonely, the kid was 15, and stuff happened. I think that's very possible.
She gave a little bit of wine and they were sitting around talking, and the next thing you know, this happens.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Well, the mom sits there and tells him, "Oh, it's just been so long since anyone's ever da 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 me." Mm-hmm.
Now,
And mm-hmm. And then you know what happens is this. And because here's the thing, she tells the son way too much, right? So she's telling the son about it's been so long since a man's ever really made love to me and ever this me and ever that me and da 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 da. But she's already put him in the role of having to fulfill what all of the men aren't fulfilling for her, right? So of course, in his broken mind, right, where he was never raised, socialized correctly, right? Of course he thinks, well, yeah, it's on me to fulfill that for her, just like I'm supposed to fulfill everything else, right? So really, this is, even though he is grown, this is on the mom, because unfortunately, and I do disagree a little bit when we say this is an everybody issue. It is an everyone issue. I just think it's more pervasive and darker and even more secretive within our community. And the problem is, with all of these secrets, a lot of people grow up thinking that what they went through is normal. They don't even know that it's a problem they should be confronting, right? Until it gets exposed when you're like in your 20s and 30s and then some big thing pops off, but they don't even know that everything they went through wasn't normal, right? They don't go through therapy. They don't go talk to someone about it. So they just grow up thinking, yeah, that's how sons love their moms. What?
Yeah.
They don't know any better.
Nothing to see here.
Mhm.
Brother Game Changer is in the house. What's good with
Hey.
Brother Game Changer?
Hey, what's going on?
You got it, man.
So yeah, it's hard to say that he could in any way see that that's normal unless he grew up in a neighborhood, has a family full of mama ass gropers. Like it's so out there that he would have to ignore all other influence. I get it. He's the child of a single mother, meaning that she's the sole in-house influence. But he had to have went to school and heard the term, Samuel L. Jackson's key term, used in a bad way to know that there's just certain things that's inappropriate to do with your mom. Like, I mean, he never stopped and said to himself, how come nobody else ever grabbed their mom's ass? Like, he never said stuff like that in his brain. I get it. You're limited because you're only half raised. It takes a village and you only had one person. I get that aspect, but there's some things that's just so glaringly wrong, like grabbing your mom's ass, that it should just be there. It should just, you just know that it's wrong. And I get it.
Yeah.
She seemed like she was embarrassed, but like in front of people. And you got to think the way he was talking too. The way he was talking about his mom prior to that was unhealthy. Now that's something she should have checked before the first groping, before the first grab, before the first handful. He said, "I'm in love with you, mom. I kiss your feet. You're my queen." You need to check that. You need to check that the moment he said feet. Like, you need to be like, hey, what about that girl down the street that's your own damn age and not related to you? Like, once that happens, then you have to put okay, this is not right. This is uncomfortable. This is awkward,
Yeah, this is really Oedipus-y. This is kind of like Oedipus going on up in here. That's why I say she wasn't uncomfortable enough for me. All right.
But here's the thing. I don't think he ever learned. And because you say, well, he learned in school, right? But depending on the quality of your education, right? I mean, he was expelled in the 5th grade. By the 7th grade, he was arrested for auto theft. How much schooling did this guy really get? Right? Okay. How much was he actually in school? And what kind of schooling was he in to have that type of message constantly reinforced to begin with?
Well, okay, what I'm saying is it's not something that you get through any type of formal education. I went through, I was in, Oakland public schools, and they never taught me that, because nobody should ever have to actually teach you that shit. That's just something you pick up on. That's just something you don't, okay, so you go to juvenile hall for, grand theft auto, and I'm pretty sure that even in juvenile hall, you know how they got rules that, there's crime and then there's crime amongst criminals? Like, oh, you did that to a kid and then the criminals will kill you or something worse. Like grabbing your mom's ass is on that list. Like if you went to jail or to juvenile hall and they say what you in for, you want to know what you shouldn't say? I grabbed my mom's ass. Like that would put you in a whole different category. I don't care where you are. That's something that's just universally wrong everywhere.
Well,
Yeah, I have to
except for
agree.
there. You know what?
If
But except for
Oh,
there,
sorry.
because listen to, he was rationalizing, right? So it's not like he answered and said, oh, I did something wrong. He literally thinks y'all are crazy for not understanding. He just wanted to make his mom feel beautiful, and that's what you do with moms, right? So when I say that he's already a very broken mind, and it was very clearly conditioned to think that this is completely normal, like your normal response after being caught being drunk and doing this, maybe you didn't remember, you would be embarrassed, you'd be ashamed, you'd be like, oh, people didn't see the right thing. No, he's saying, yeah, the hell I did. Of course I did. That's what you do with your mom to make her feel beautiful, because I'm in love with my mama. He doesn't see anything wrong with that, right?
This is how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, he really thinks that.
Yeah, this is how it's supposed
and you
to
have
be.
to account for how people are raised in their households too. Growing up, I had a friend who used to sit on her dad's lap and still kiss him, and like they used to kiss on the lips. For her, that was normal. She's like, "This is my dad. He's not gonna do anything. He doesn't think that's like that." For her dad's like, "This is my baby girl," but this girl is all of like 16, 17-year-old sitting in her dad's lap, sitting up there getting rocked like a giant baby. So we don't know what is normalized in people's households. Like even if you take a step and you jump overseas, there are certain things that are normalized that aren't normalized here. For example, in Arabian households, you do realize like the men shake hands and kiss each other on the cheek. Out here, you don't do that. We say it's not normal.
No, but this isn't a matter of culture, and this isn't even an intra-family culture thing. All the cultures in the world, even the tribes of Africa, know not to grab your mama's ass. There's something uniquely, this is universal. I get it. Like some places it's cool, some places men wear pink, some places the little boys put they arm around their father's waist and stuff. Like I've seen that in the mall, it freaked me out. But I get it. Certain cultures is this one universal thing is don't grab your mom's ass. That is all the cultures in the world since forever. Cain didn't grab Eve's ass. Abel did, and that's why he got killed. You just don't grab your mom's ass. That's just it's
like I get what you're saying, GC. I get what you're saying, but I'm saying is we don't know what's normalized in other people's households. Like what I said,
so she made that normal. She was the only one in that household. She was the matriarch of that household, and she made it normal, even though she knows that in the regular world it's not normal. That's why she was uncomfortable, because she knew the cameras was on. So she's teaching her son something that she knows isn't right in the regular world, because she wants her ass grabbed to feel beautiful. That's messed up.
Yeah.
She is one truly messed up human being.
You know what the sad thing is, and I've heard this a lot actually on both sides, like when it comes to the whole parent-child sexualization and stuff like that, I've heard this happen a lot, unfortunately, where when the father or the mother suddenly doesn't have a sexual partner, someone to be in love with them and to keep the bed warm at night and whatever, they sexualize their child. And I've heard this. Like, it's not like this is like a 1 in a million case, unfortunately. This is actually something that does happen. And then if you combine that with this mentality of making your 5-year-old the man of the house, right, and the husband and your companion to everything, and he's got to protect and provide for you now at 8 years old, right? When you combine those two things together, it's really no wonder why it doesn't matter how old he gets. He's not stopping and thinking this is wrong. No, this is just how you love women. And he doesn't, and this is why I said it earlier, he doesn't separate sexual and non-sexual love for women. They are the same thing. Why does he think that? Obviously, it has to do with his relationship with his mother, because his mother is the person who's supposed to teach him non-sexual love about a woman. If she didn't do that, which apparently she did not, then why would he see there being a difference between sexual and non-sexual love?
Well, a lot of these cases they develop from something that they call emotional incest, right? Um, Emotional incest isn't a quote unquote sexual like that, but emotional incest involves what? Um, they have the children doing things that are
Thank you.
inappropriate, right? they have they have the children kind of in positions, when you see like on Facebook where you got this woman, she's clapping her butt cheeks and she got the 4-year-old son holding the camera. That would be considered emotional incest, right? Because you have this child in this position that they shouldn't be in. All right. They shouldn't, because the parent has the child in a position that they would put in an adult in, right? That's the
Mhm.
that's the that's the nucleus of emotional incest. And what I think often happens, especially inside of single parent homes, it's just like you lady said. This woman, she ain't got nobody. She got this son. Come on, son, film me twerk. Come on, son, film me do splits on the floor. All that kind of the foolish nonsense. Come on, son, rub my feet, rub my leg, all that kind of stuff. So I
It
think
goes
a
even
lot of
beyond
that
that.
comes from that.
And it goes
Say that.
beyond that also, because I'm pretty sure like you've had people or you've heard women say the same, like nobody's gonna love you the way that I love you, I'm your mother, or you'll never be his first love because I was, or it's things like that to where they're putting all of their emotional needs on their child.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, this nigga got a regular girlfriend? Like one he not related
Uh,
to?
don't even know. He said one he not related
I
to.
don't know either. I found out
Game
about this
changer.
when
I
you did
don't
your
think he
stream this
does.
morning.
Game
Yeah,
changer.
I
I
don't.
don't think that he does.
Mm.
Crap. I'm
Because
Yeah,
maybe
but
I'm not wrong
if I
here.
remember correctly, in an interview that he did, he sat there and said that he doesn't look for connections like that. He's like, you come over, I bust you down, and I leave. Like I want to say he did it on either it was like Vlad or one of those gentlemen interviewed him, and in that interview they gave insight into his life because that's when he got the heat for saying he doesn't date black girls or some weird BS like that.
Wait,
That's
he
when
doesn't
that
date
clip.
what? He doesn't
Um,
Black
date what?
women?
he doesn't date black women. That's what he said on one of his interview clips.
mm.
So, but his mom is a.
I know. And so that's why, like,
Oh,
in
wow.
reality, I really don't take Kodak too seriously. Because I'm like, look at the, like I said in that interview, they talked about his love life. And he was like, I don't make connections like that because you get hurt. And he's like, my thing is, I come over, I bust you down, and then I go, which is why you never see him with the woman. You never hear that he's dating anybody. Because literally for him, his connection, he's more than likely getting his emotional feed from his mother, that emotional need met. But then his sexual desire, he's feeling with either random women or women he have on rotation.
Yeah, he strikes me as the type of guy that grew up in a household where, mom walked around in her drawers with her breasts hanging out and shit. And he was just kind of in there, because all that shit is kind of like emotional incest too, right? Where you walk around your sons are like 8, 9, 10 years old, and you still walking around, like in your panties and no bra and shit like that. That all that shit plays into it too, because at some stage in the child's development, you have to stop walking around your son naked. All right, you stop walking around your son with your breast out and your ass out and all that kind of shit. That has to stop at some point. All right. Especially if he's old enough to say it. If he's old enough to say butt, he's old enough to say breast. It's time to stop showing him butts and breasts, I would imagine. So, because you see that too, right? You see that where sort of like I said with the 5-year-old hold the camera of his mom twerking. These are the same mothers who are still walking around naked in front of their sons, and their sons are like 7 years old, right? They're still walking around doing all this kind of crazy shit in front of their sons, and their sons are 8, 9, 10. and all that kind of shit. I think this is, this is a manifestation of something like that, because, some mothers, I imagine, just don't see a problem with it because it's their son. All right. Because they wouldn't walk around someone else's son like that, right? Well, at least I hope they wouldn't. But, they figure it's their son, so it doesn't matter. But in theory, it does. It does.
You know
It
what
does
though,
matter.
X? Like, and I'll tell you, the way that I was raised, like, I have Jamaican parents, they're very, westernized in a lot of ways, right? So like, I would go over though to like my Jamaican friends' houses, and then I would see things that made me very uncomfortable, blew my mind. I couldn't understand why this is okay. So like a lot of Jamaican mothers actually, because they didn't have AC or nothing. It's hot. It's the middle of a heat wave. You live in an apartment building. It's like 5,000 degrees in your apartment, right? You can't get no wind in there. So this is where I'll never forget walking to my Auntie P's house. And man, that chick, first of all, her boobs went down to her knees, and all she was wearing was her big granny panties, and that was it. I've only seen this woman in church clothes, but now I see her everything, right? And then her son came out, right? He was like maybe 9 at the time, and he was wearing his boxers. And then my friend came out, right? And she was wearing her bra and panties, and I'm like, why aren't y'all wearing clothes? Right? Like I couldn't conceive that they weren't wearing clothes anyway, but then they knew I was coming. And yeah, I was a kid. I was like 13, but like, y'all ain't gonna wear clothes? And they're just like, it's hot. And then I realized, the more I did that though, I'm like, there was a lot of people who did not mind. Like, it was a normal thing. It's hot, so I'm gonna wear it's hot clothes inside the house, right? Which might be no clothes. And that was normal for them. It's not normal to me, but it was very normal to them. But then that being said, right, like that boy, he grew up normally. He no relationship like that, but he also had a very close, very deep relationship with his father, right? So I guess his father was there to mitigate some of maybe that damage or that confusion that would be caused by stuff like that. And I do think that that's a very big difference. Yes, single mothers, especially if you are a young single mother, and the father's not around, you have to be twice as careful about every single decision you make, every single move you make, right? Because it's that much more impactful because you are the only parent. And there is no father there to mitigate or to balance the message that's being received by you.
So hold on, I have a question, and my husband just said this, and he brought up a very good point. So why is it that we tend to only see that in children in these households versus children who grow up in nudist colonies? Because children who grow up in nudist colonies, where the human body isn't overly sexualized, they don't deal with stuff like this.
Well, that's actually exactly what I was saying about the difference between Jamaicans who are fresh off the boat, Jamaican culture versus Western culture, right? Is for me, my body was sexual very, very early. I was very aware that my nipples mean breasts, even though I don't have any breasts, right? And you cover up and it's privacy and whatever, right? Whereas in them, they didn't have that same mindset about their bodies, right? Even my best friend, breastfeeding, she didn't care who walked up in her house. Her boobs are just out. She's feeding her kids. What? Like, what's the problem? Why are you sexualizing my, like, it wasn't a thing for her the way it's a thing for me, right? So I do think that, the way that you are born and raised and you are socialized about these things makes a big difference. But let's be real. If you're born and raised in North America, then bodies are sexualized. You're not from a nudist colony. You know what I mean? Every message that you send and that's coming through to your kid is telling your kid that bodies are sexual and sexualized. Even porn is telling your kid to sexualize your mother, your stepmother, stepfather, whatever, right? So like it's not the same. But I do think that, yeah, socialization is going to play a big part because we have genes inside of us, literally, that tell us that the people who are in the household that we are born and raised with, right? Even people of our own age that we're born and raised with are off limits sexually, right? That's why you don't develop sexual feelings for your siblings. It's not because society told you, it's because you have a gene that tells you that this human being you were born and raised with, who is in your house before the age of, I think it's like 2 years old, is off limits, right? You cannot procreate with this person because it's going to be a genetic defect, right? It's incest. But you have a gene that tells you that, right? So like our genes should tell us these people who we're in a household with are not to be sexualized. If your genes are being overridden, it's because you're being socialized into it. So the mother had to have socialized this kid into sexualizing her, basically.
Well,
Well,
here's
I think it
my
goes
theory.
back to
Here's my
what
theory on that.
T.P.O.T
Go
was
ahead.
saying, though,
Right quick, love.
was
Here,
that
Go ahead.
it.
Go ahead.
Sorry,
Hold on a
sorry.
sec. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, brother Game Changer. You got it. Go ahead.
okay. Is it possible that the father was actually her first son, and she is both his son and, or she's both his mother and grandmother? Like she
Mm.
could have already did this before she had a son, and she raised him the same way, got pregnant by that son, and she's doing the same thing to the son grandson again, and that's why Kodak Black looked the way he do.
Aha. Yeah, well, there is that, right? There is that
So
possibility.
can you repeat that? I'm so sorry. I got lost as you spoke. Can you repeat that one more time for me?
Yeah, sure. So I suspect, this is my theory, that she already had a son prior to Kodak Black. She raised that son, and with that son, she gave birth, or she conceived Kodak Black. So Kodak is actually her son and her grandson. You see where I'm going with this? I'm saying that
So you're talking about from an incestual point, like to say like that's her son and her grandson, kind of like the story that T.P.O.T showed
Yeah.
earlier.
You must have saw the clip that I showed earlier. But go ahead, brother Game Changer.
no, I missed it. But what I'm saying is that this is a pattern with her. Like she's going to have a son with Kodak Black, and she's going to be a great grandmother as well as a grandmother as well as a mother. Like I think that's just how she gets down. You see, what's that show called? Game of Thrones, when
Uh-huh.
dude had the wife, and then he had daughters with the wife, and he threw away the sons, and he had daughters with the wife, and then he had daughters with the daughters and daughters with the
Yes, I
granddaughters.
know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah, you're talking
Yeah,
about
Yeah.
the gentleman that used to give the baby to the White Walkers. All the boys were given to the White Walkers, but
yes,
he kept impregnating his daughters and his granddaughters and then his great granddaughters. And anytime there was a boy, he would take them out into the woods and let the White Walkers take them.
exactly. I'm talking about that dude. I think
Yeah.
she might be that dude. I think she might be the black female version of that wildling dude. I think
well,
that's how
well,
messed up she
well,
is.
brother Game Changer, the ladies said, because ladies have, they have these female spidey senses,
Mhm.
and with their female spidey senses, they said that she was very uncomfortable with it. She just wasn't really showing it. Their spidey senses told them, that they could see all this stuff that, because they're women too, and they're all connected and stuff like that.
She
So
was uncomfortable
they
being seen doing it. This man said, "I kissed my mama feet." That means that she was comfortable with her son's lip on her feet.
But
Like,
Mike, hold on. So game changer. Let me ask this because I only saw the clip of him grabbing his mother's butt dancing, and then her kind of like trying to break away. That's the only clip I saw. Now, in the clip that you're mentioning, was this an after interview or did he say this before he grabbed his mama's butt?
no, I read this is what I read and what he tweeted afterwards. He was saying that
Okay.
he said, "I'm in love with my mama. I kiss my mama feet. Some of y'all niggas don't love your mama, homie. And how can you love a woman if you don't know how to grab your mom's ass?" He said all kind of weird stuff after that.
Okay. Yeah. 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 But see, that's the thing.
wow.
That's after. That's the thing. That's after. In
No,
my
after
mind, because
is
like when
when
I
you
saw
say,
the video. Oh, I'm sorry. But when I watched the video, I kind of saw like she was, in my opinion, the smile that she was giving, and I'm just saying what I got off of it was the smile that I would give if, for example, my husband has never gotten this drunk. But if my husband got drunk and he started doing stuff where he's like lifting up my dress in public or he's like doing stuff, the way that she reacted would more than likely be the way that I would react, which is like you're smiling because you don't want people to know that you're truly uncomfortable, but at the same time, you're trying to get control of the situation without drawing attention. That's because, like, when I saw him, I was like, oh, he wasted. When I saw him, that's what I saw. And then when I saw her and her reaction, I was like, oh, yeah, she needs to get him to sit down, which is why when I was watching, I could kind of see she was kind of like trying to guide him somewhere. That's what I thought. And I was like, she must be trying to take him to a seat. He's just wasted. And he's like, like, it's my mama. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. That's what I kind of
Well,
thought.
I've always been told that a drunk person speaks and acts a sober mind. You get
But
drunk,
sober,
the
went home.
real you comes out. The real you comes out.
That's
Sobered
true
up, went
because
home and went to Instagram and said what he said. He doubled down on his ass groping.
Oh yeah,
right.
now that
Yeah.
you've mentioned that, yeah, I can see that. Now that you've mentioned that, because like I said, I only saw a piece of it. When I saw it, I was like, I'm out. I'm not watching this. This is disturbing to watch. That's the way that I felt watching it. But at the same time, like T.P.O.T asked me to come on. So I rewatched the clip multiple times so I can get over that first initial emotional reaction and actually take time to look at the clip.
Right. The
Well,
thing is, though, right, is
let me
that
ask you, lady. Hold on a second. Let me ask you, lady, something.
Sometimes you have to watch things multiple times to get
If
over
you
that.
saw this and you didn't know that was his mother, what would you think? If you saw it, you had no idea that was his mom. What would you think if you saw that?
I would think that he's litty and that he's drunk and he needs water. That would be my thing. Like based off of the way that she was reacting, her
needs
body
water?
language and everything, he needs some water. He needs some milk.
right. So what I would think is this. I would have thought that this woman is obviously older than him. Maybe she's like his manager or like she's in some position where displeasing him, like embarrassing him or whatever is going to maybe get her fired. So, he's trying to be up on her. She's clearly not super comfortable with it, but she's also trying to, be like game with it because, okay, the cameras are on us. Ha, ha, ha. Okay, let me try to walk away. You're trying to pull me back. Okay, I'll dance more. Okay, let me try to sneak away now. Because she knows that he's drunk and he gets a little handsy when he's drunk and whatever. But, she really needs this job. That's what I would have thought.
I wouldn't have got too far deep into it like that because I've been in like club settings where you do see drunk younger guys messing with old cougars that come into the club. So in my mind, that's what kind of read. Like if I didn't know who that was and I was just sitting up there, I would be like, oh yeah, he's trying to get him some old woman tonight. She not feeling it. That's what I would have thought.
Well, I don't know. To me, she wasn't really dressed like a cougar. Like she's not even dressed like the kind of mom that I would have.
But she was definitely wearing a club dress. I'm not gonna say like for her and her age, she was wearing appropriate club attire. It was a nice red dress that stopped above the
Cougars have a dress code. They have
it
a dress
wasn't
code.
leopard print. It wasn't leopard print, but she came out with the vibrant red.
No, it's just basically it's like when you see women who are trying desperately to cling on to youth. And so they are dressed like, they're 20 when they're really like closer to 50 and they shouldn't be dressed like that because they're not 20 anymore. Like that's how, when I think of cougars, when I see cougars, this is what they're doing. They got everything hanging out. You know what I mean? They're trying to compete with the young ones when they know they're not young. They're trying to put on way too much makeup to hide way too much stuff. And honestly, they normally look like they had a hard life. I'm going to be real. Like she looked a little too like composed in the face for me to have put her on the cougar level, which is why I would think, okay, she's a hot, attractive female in his circle. I didn't really see like club stuff around them necessarily either. So I guess to me, I kind of looked at it like they were at a function. Like I'm just telling you what I said. That's not what you say. I understand that. But for me, the way that I saw this scene, just in the moment, like they were at a banquet or a function like that, and she's like, okay, there's no chicks here for him to dance with, or maybe he offended all of them already. So now his drunk ass is gonna slide over onto his man. She's like, oh, come on, I didn't dance. Okay, then gets pulled onto the dance floor because it also looked like she was trying to escape and he was trying to pull her back, right? Like at the end, she was like off and he's still trying to pull her hand back. Like, no, come, I'm not done whining upon you. Like, I don't know. So that's what I saw.
Well, let me ask Brother Game Changer. Brother Game Changer, you walk in the club, you see this, you don't know that's his mammy. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I personally would just ignore it. I would say that this is a younger dude with an older chick. She probably isn't feeling him too much, but she's just being nice to him, and I would leave it at that. I mean, because the whole mama groping thing is something that you don't assume. Like you would never guess that. You no matter what you see, you would never just guess a man is filling up his mom. Like that's somebody has to say, hey, that's his mom, like before you actually believe it. Like, because that's something that's just so out of the ordinary that your mind don't go there at all.
You wouldn't be thinking that. And I think there's a lot of that stuff. I just think it's a lot of it going on for the simple fact that we got a lot of sons being raised by these single mamas who are lonely and for whatever reason need to be comforted. And it's not just the emotional incest. It's not just the inappropriate things, walking around butt naked in front of your sons. I don't think it's just all that. I think that that's a part of it. But I think it's the simple fact that the son is there and no one else is. All right.
Mm-hmm.
The son is there. No one else is there. So, like you ladies were saying, they put a lot of emotional load on these children. They put a lot of responsibility on these children when they laying back in their room, drinking that old red Kool-Aid with the vodka in it. They got him running back and forth, making us sandwiches, bringing her more Kool-Aid, rubbing her feet and doing all this. Yeah, kissing her feet and doing all this other kind of nonsense. So, I think there's so many different elements to it. It's the emotional incest. It's the inappropriate actions, because we've seen these pictures before where, some of these quote unquote star girls, they're out with their kids and, they got pictures of them where their son is, holding their thigh or squeezing their breast or slapping their ass or, it's all that other kind of stuff, man, that you see. All right. I remember when I think it was Joseph Simmons' daughter, DJ Run, right? His daughter, she took a picture, right, with her son, and the son had his hand like in her crotch. And, and people were like, oh, it doesn't mean anything. He's just a kid. He doesn't know. I don't give a shit. You're an adult. And I like how they always shift it on the kid. Well, the kid, he doesn't know. You're an adult. You know.
My godson, he went for boobies. He loved boobies. He liked to put his hand right in the crack of the cleavage, and he loved women. The bigger the boobies, the better. So he wasn't sexual. Obviously, he's a kid. He's a baby, but he knew what boobies were because he was seeking them even when he was young. And it's weird because I would be slapping. No, he was not going for milk. He just wanted his hand there. Trust. Because he would do it to me, right? And I'd be like, no, I would move his hand to somewhere appropriate, right? And 10 seconds later, he's trying to slide his hand down your shirt again. And there were some women, especially the ones with bigger breasts, and I think that maybe they're just less sensitive because it's almost like they didn't notice, but it's like they weren't fazed by it. And again, right, I'm talking about Jamaican women from Canada. I'm not talking about American ones, so I can't say what they would do. But I'm saying here, the majority of women seem to just be unbothered by it. And I was like, no, I don't care that he's a baby. Why are his hands down your damn shirt? And he would move his hand around too. He would be moving his Like his hand would be the fist, he'd be moving his fist around. And y'all are okay with this? That's
Okay,
weird.
hold on. May I ask how the conversation got to this point? Because I kind of blinked out a little bit. Um, I have something to add to this. I only caught the end of when we're talking about children sticking their hands down their shirt. How old is this child that you're referring to?
Well, the one that my godson started doing that around, I'm gonna say 7 months, and I saw him doing that clear until he was
That's
about.
normal.
I'm not done. Not
oh.
done. Yeah. And he was doing that clearing until he was about 7. Now to be fair, he was a preemie, so he was actually very small. So maybe he appeared to people like he was about 4, but still, yeah, no, he was doing it clear until he got shut down, right? All the women finally were like, "You're a little too old for this now. So maybe I should stop you." But like, no, this was like a 7-year thing. And
okay, no. Yeah, 7 years is too far. So for individuals who don't know, the reality is that you're supposed to honestly and truly breastfeed your child up to about 3 years of age. And typically when they start to get to the age where they're reaching down your shirt, it's a way of self-feeding. So it's kind of like even I breastfed my child. And it's something it's very common amongst mothers. When you have children, you'll understand. But it'll be something where your child's at that age to where, yes, they know when they're hungry and they know that you're a food source. So they will come up to you and try to like stick their hands down your shirt to grab your breast to say like, "Hey, I'm hungry."
Oh, that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh,
No,
okay.
no. He was well aware that mommy was the food source. He only messed with her when he wanted food because she wouldn't let him do it either. No. He just wanted his hand on boobies. Like for real. He wasn't trying to reach for nothing. He would just stick his hand down your shirt and then go about his business. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
Good.
7
years old is a pretty
7's
big to
too
be
old.
grabbing
Yeah.
breast.
Right, like if you picked him up, he wouldn't put his hand like on your shoulder or whatever. He'd put his hand in between your cleavage. Like that's where you wanted it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest.
I'm gonna be honest. I would be happy if that was my son. As long as it's not his mom's boobies. Like if my son was grabbing other women boobies.
Yes.
But yeah, that's actually very common amongst breastfed babies. It is very, very common that they don't see boobs as like a sexual thing. They see them as a food source. So for some babies, they're like, "Hey, you got really big melons. I know you got a lot of milk in there. Let me get some." They start patting.
Okay.
But yes,
some
children too, you have to realize is that too. For breastfeeding mothers, like for example, me, I didn't give my son pacifiers. So essentially, in reality, my boobs was my husband's. Not my husband's. Lord, I said my husband's. my son's pacifier at night. He would cry when he's hungry. I'd pop it.
She must be Kodak Black, mom.
Call your husband your son. You got that Kodak Black mind.
No, I want to go back to something that you said, because when you said it on your stream, I wish that my hands were free so I could type in response. Because obviously, we all know that the term "kiss your feet," right? I mean, it's a turn of phrase. It's not necessarily literal. And then I wanted to say it. I almost stopped what I was doing to say it, and then I was like, yeah, but then he is grabbing mama's ass. I mean, is the kissing feet such a far stretch to say maybe he means it literally? But we don't know if he literally meant it literally, or if he just meant it like, I shower her with gifts and affection and cater to her, but not literally kissing the feet.
Right. It could be a euphemism, but you grab your mom's ass. Like,
I know
everything goes. Like, you don't grab her ass and then say, "I kiss her feet," but that part's a euphemism. No, like pretty much everything. You know that line that you say, "Oh no, that nigga don't do that." Mm-hmm. It doesn't apply when you grab your mom's ass. Like, you don't say anything. You're not allowed to have euphemisms after that.
Fair. I mean, he did say
euphemisms are dead at that point.
Yeah,
if he said your cooking is so good it makes me want to smack my mama, I would think that he actually smacked her.
Right? Yeah. I would think that basically after what happened, GC, he smacks her on the ass.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like anything goes with this dude now. Like you put himself in that.
I'm telling you, he was trying to kiss his mom in the mouth, and he tried like a few times. It wasn't like he did it once and stopped. I mean, he went in for it like a few times. All right. And she was like,
Mm-hmm.
kind of like, you know, moving away from that because she probably was like, you know, we don't do this outside the house, boy. But yeah, he was like going in like, you know, he was acting like a drunk person would act with their sober girlfriend. You know, like you ladies said, my husband, my boyfriend, he drunk, he act crazy. You know, I don't want to embarrass him. You know, it kind of has that kind of look to me. All
Yeah,
right, like
and that's why I said the first initial reaction I got was like, if nobody would have told me that was his mom, like how Game Changer said, I would have thought that he was a young dude coming up on an old head and she wasn't feeling him.
yeah. I mean, and his explanation of it didn't make it any better. You know, he doubled and tripled down on, hey, this is what I do. You know, this is how I make my mom feel good. You know, this is how I make my mom feel beautiful. This is how mom, and it's not just him, right? Because we know his house isn't the whole only house that this shit happens in, right? We do know that he's not the only person that this goes on with in the world. So if this kind of stuff is happening, I think it explains a lot. All right. It explains a lot to why these dudes are the way they are, why these dudes can't really function, in a relationship, why these dudes kind of respond to things the way they respond. I mean, this kind of stuff explains a lot because see, I have to fall back to blaming her. I have to. Why? Because she's the mama, right? And like I said, this could not have been the first time this kind of crap has happened. It's probably the
Mm-hmm.
first time it's happened in public, but this isn't the first time. And who knows? Maybe she tried to stop him, when they do it at the house. But I don't believe this was the first time. So that means she allows it. All right. She has been allowing it. He's probably been doing it to her since he was 5. Who knows? But I have to fall back on her because Frankenstein is magnificent, right? With Dr. Frankenstein, he got all the body parts and he put it together and he shocked them with the electricity and he rose up. He was great. He was magnificent until he got out the basement and started killing the neighbors. So she created this Frankenstein and now he's out. He's out and he's killing the neighbors and he's feeling her ass on video and proud of it. This is what we have. I can't even really blame him all that much. Of course, he has some culpability in it because he's a goddamn an adult. But I have to go back to her because she built this fucking monster. She made this possible, and she probably made it possible years ago, along with other mothers who have made these monsters possible years ago. That's my belief.
Oh yeah, well, she absolutely did, and I mean, we know that the father. It's not like he doesn't know who his father is, right? Because I posted in the back chat, right? He bought his father a house, a car, or some crap recently. So he knows who his father is, and he is in connection with his father. However, so therefore, it leads me to believe that when he says my father abandoned us, he remembers having his father around for some portion of his childhood. And then once the father left, right, the mother probably fell into some type of depression and whatever. The kid, feeling responsible like an adult trying to fix his mom, right, started stepping in to, don't worry, mommy, we can do this. And then her, instead of at that point pulling herself together, right, and then taking the adulthood off of his shoulders, kept it there, right? Because it felt good. And my son's never going to leave me because he's my son. Like, I own him, right? Because that's how people think of their children, right? Like, I own this kid, right? So like, other people can leave me, but this one belongs to me. And so she started fostering that unhealthy relationship, probably while she was still in a broken state herself. And obviously she's still in a broken state that she hasn't resolved this at all. And then what ended up happening, of course, is the kids started showing out. I'm going to say that the father was around until about the 5th grade, because I'm going to guess, right, just based on what we understand about kids acting out, they act out when bad things are happening at home, right? And he gets expelled in the 5th grade. So that's when his problems start, is in the 5th grade. By the 7th grade, he's stealing cars, right? So, okay, the father left around the 5th grade, right? He was trying to fix mommy and blah, blah, blah. right? And I'm going to guess that another shift happened around the 7th grade, right? When he hit puberty, right? That's probably when he started taking over more than just her little emotional health and being a sounding board, right? That's what I'm going to guess happened. And then we see him act out again, right? And part of the acting out is probably also, I got to take care of my mom. I got to feed her. I got to clothe her. I got to pay the bills because I'm a man and I'm the father of this house. Like, at the end of the day, unfortunately, these women don't realize the consequence. And they honestly don't. I listen to them all the time. I listen to them talk about how they're going to intentionally go out of their way to be single mothers, right? They don't need fathers. The kids don't need fathers. And I'm like, what planet did you grow up on, right? Because you probably didn't have a father. Did you need a father, right? Did you forget being a kid? Did you forget what it felt like to not have a father to show up for you, to be looking out the window, hoping daddy would walk up the steps, to want a father to walk you down the aisle, to want a father to bring you to the daddy-daughter dance? Like, what, did you forget? Did you think that it's not important? And if it was important for you as a woman, right, imagine how important it is as a little boy who starts growing hair in funny places and now needs to know something about that dangly thing between his legs, but you can't tell him nothing. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna tell him? How are you gonna tell him to manage?
Did you say
Did
dangly thing?
I did.
Did you say dangly?
I did. Hey, listen, you know, a lot of men, okay, so I've had this conversation, right, with a lot of men, and the ones who had fathers, and they were not circumcised, right? They knew, because the fathers knew, right, to pull back the foreskin and do what they needed to do so that way their foreskin retracts. And a lot of the men who have foreskin that doesn't retract, it's because they didn't have a father and the mother didn't know what to do or was uncomfortable doing it, so didn't do it. And now they're grown and they have no foreskin that retracts, right? So, I mean, it's just like little, even just stuff like that. That's even before, you know, you have thoughts and feelings. It's affecting your whole entire life cycle as a man, right? And a lot of men feel ways about that. And a lot of women do, right? Because a lot of women go, oh, this it feels weird. Now they grow a complex, and it's all because mommy didn't have a father around.
Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Brothers without foreskin, they got to do what?
No, not without foreskin. So if you're not circumcised,
I'm the same
right?
way,
Then,
GC. I'm so confused.
okay. So if you're not circumcised, then you have your foreskin still, right? But your foreskin should retract, as in pull back. So if you were to just get hard, or if you just were to pull the skin back, you should be able to see the head of the penis just fine. It should be fine.
Right.
Okay. And that's something that doesn't actually happen just automatically. You're actually supposed to do stuff to the penis and massage and slowly retract.
And you know this how?
Wait.
Because my friends have sons.
Okay.
So what will happen is, right, if you don't actually massage and slowly start retracting that foreskin, right, it can grow over the head of the penis. So now when you get hard or whatever, you can't see the head of the penis because it's literally covered in skin, right? It's like you can't see, like you can feel it underneath the giant layer of skin, but it grew. And so now there's just like a tiny hole in that, the foreskin to allow like urine or semen out. Right, but it doesn't pull back. So when you get hard, it doesn't look like what you think of as an erect penis because it has like this hood over it. Right?
That sounds so terrifying. I'm sorry.
Listening to you, Lady Ruby, I'm glad that my parents made sure I was circumcised. But listening to you,
that's the thing, though. There's people who are not circumcised, right? And when they're not circumcised, when you have a father in the situation, they don't have a problem. And so if they had a father in the situation, right, you can't tell an erect penis that's circumcised or not. You can't tell the difference if it was taken care of properly in childhood. But if it was, and like for that toddler babyhood, but if it wasn't taken care of because mama didn't know, or she was awkward and felt uncomfortable touching her son that way and blah, 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 then it's gonna look different. So that's what I'm saying. And that's a decision that you've made. Right? A failure you've made in the first year of your child's life that is going to affect them in 20 years and for the rest of their lives, unless they go have a very painful surgery to fix it. And then actually what ends up happening a lot of times, right, these teenage boys who have foreskin that doesn't retract, it gets infected. And then they have painful surgeries, very painful surgeries that take months and months and months to recover from while they're teenagers. And if you can imagine down there being a giant ball and how painful that would be for you. I mean, yeah. So, like I'm saying, it just comes down to, this is my problem with all of this, is that there's so many ways that not having fathers in sons' lives affects the boy in ways that women don't even think of or conceive of, like at all, right? Only an uncircumcised father would think of these things for his uncircumcised son. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's all
Yeah.
about passing those things down, and even just the proper cleanliness given whether you're circumcised or not, or just stuff like that. Like, women, we like a clean dude. We don't necessarily know how they accomplish that goal, right? We just want it to come clean, right? Because little boys need fathers, right? And they also
Yeah.
need fathers
Well, I
because they
know
need
when
to
my
see the
sons
difference.
were when my sons
Mhm.
were born, I mean, they got circumcised, and I don't know if because they had them in had them in Jewish hospitals, but they were born in Jewish hospitals. I guess that's why it happened.
Mm,
Yeah, but both my sons were like circumcised like right after birth, pretty much. Pretty much right after birth. They were
mm,
because they ask you. They're like, "Oh,
mhm.
do you want to be circumcised?" I'm like, "Yeah." I mean, why wouldn't I? Because I am.
Right.
So, I made sure my sons didn't have to have that grueling experience that you just laid out a few minutes ago, where they have to do all this drawing of skin and doing all this other kind of foolishness.
Well, brother, you got other issues
Yeah,
with that
but
though too.
still,
You
it,
got other issues with that. They do the snip and they snip a little too much off and stuff. And now you got people who were born with normal penises who have micro penises, or like they make mistakes with circumcision too. I'm just saying at the end of the day, right? As a woman, like, what do we know about it? Like, we
Mm,
don't. And that's normally something that a father wants his son to have, either to be circumcised like him or to be
yeah,
uncircumcised like him, right? It's
yeah,
like a tradition you pass down in a way, right?
yeah. Because their mother, she was like, because they had asked her, and she was like, "Well, you got to ask his father. You got to ask his father."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Hell yeah, God damn
Yeah,
it,
that's
do
what
it,
I told them when
do
they
it
came in
now,
and they
God
asked
damn
me
it."
if I wanted my son circumcised. I literally looked over at my husband, and me and my husband made eye contact, and I was like, "This is not a question for me."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
well,
yeah,
well, I mean, if I was Kodak Black's father, and I said it on my show, I wouldn't have anything to do with that nigga. Like, everything is wrong with him. I'd start again with a new son and a new wife.
Yeah.
Like, that's just. And don't get
yeah.
me wrong,
Especially if I saw this video.
I forgive a lot. My son's a criminal. I even forgive murder, but you grabbing your mom's ass, that's a whole different level of wrong.
But
Yeah,
you know what though?
yeah,
To the extent that, right, and we don't know the details. So, this is why I will give any possible theory the same credence, because we don't really know, right? But this man walked out for whatever reason from his son's life and only returned after he was rich and famous, right?
I wouldn't return.
And huh?
I wouldn't return. I don't care if you're rich or famous. Dude,
No, but I understand you wouldn't, right? But that being said, we just found out he did this now, right? And Kodak Black's been famous for like what, 5, 6, 7 years, so it's been a while. But my point is, right, is that when you return, you find out your kid's as screwed up as you probably could have guessed he was going to be, because you left him with the screwed up woman that you walked away from, right? So I'm going to guess that to an extent, first of all, you never would have had a kid with a screwed up woman. And then you never would have abandoned your kid with a screwed up woman. And so you wouldn't be in this situation, however that man is. And I'm sure he's looking at that and is taking some level of responsibility for having left his son in that screwed up position with that messed up woman.
true. I try, and you know well, Ruby, to stay away from crazy. I try.
Mm-hmm. Right. Exactly. And like, at the end of the day, right, like a kid doing this to his mother at any age, we know that there's some type of sexual abuse that must have happened, right? Like, this is not normal behavior. We literally have genes that prevent us from doing this. So if we do it, it's because you've been socialized / brainwashed / abused into it. So we don't blame the victim, right? Like, you blame the person who did this to him to begin with, right? So you blame the mother.
yeah,
I blame
Like,
them both.
yeah.
Well,
I blame them
if
both.
if
I'm
I
like,
may chime in, me being a married woman, Children often imitate. So, for example, obviously, I'm a married woman. My husband slaps me on the butt a lot. Well, what ended up started happening was when I would walk by, my husband would slap me on the butt. At certain points, when I would walk by, my son tried to slap me on the butt. That is where you have the conversation of no, this is something you do not do. And this is something me and my husband had to have a conversation of being careful of what we do in front of our son because he may pick it up, even though he's only 2 or 3 years old. So a lot of the stuff that you're saying, in reality, children have to watch that and they have to watch it on repeat to truly pick it up. This isn't something that just happens. There has to be one, an example, and then two, it has to be repetitive.
I do
Yeah,
disagree with you
I'd
that
have
it
to
has to
agree
be
with that.
repetitive. Kids only have to see something once for them to repeat the behavior. And I mean, like they've done like studies on that. That's why they were trying to like, video game violence and stuff, right? So like the Bobo doll example, all they had to do is watch the example person hit the Bobo doll a couple times and walk out the room. And as soon as they walked into the room, they're like, oh, it's a Bobo doll, so you punch and kick and hit and slap it. So,
But you
it's like,
just said that
oh,
they had to watch them do it a couple times.
yeah, but when I say a couple times, it wasn't like a couple days separated. It was like at the exact same time, like punch, punch, walk out the room,
Yeah,
right?
but is
So,
it so much of the watching it over and over or watching it once or twice? I think it's more of the not nipping it in the bud, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because
yeah,
if the kid is doing it, the first time he does it, you're like, no, you don't do that. And if he tries it
right.
again, you're like, no, you don't do that. So I mean,
Because
I
it would
think it's
even
more.
That's
it
my
would even
point, right?
and it starts very minuscule. For like I had to stop my son from doing certain things. Like for example, like if I walked into a room, he would see me give my husband a kiss, and he'd be like, "I want a kiss too." So me being mom, at a certain time, I'm like, "Okay, you get a kiss too." But it took me realizing, okay, no, he's only imitating his dad, and this could be a bad thing for me to say, "No, you don't get no kiss just because your dad gets a kiss."
Well, your
You know
son
what?
is 3.
My son is 4. He's 4.
No, in my opinion, this not me getting into your family business. That's natural. I don't see anything wrong with that.
It is, but at the same time, you have to nip some things in the bud. I'm not saying that I don't
No,
kiss my son
at
or show
7 or later, but I don't think that we're at the bud nipping part yet. In my opinion,
trust
this
me.
is your family
Trust
business.
trust me, GC. And that's why I said it's different when you have a kid because you start to notice certain things. Like for example, me being a mom, I'm pretty sure everybody here has bathed with their mothers before. I found it easy to just run myself a bath and then, hey, you're 4, get in the tub with me. Let me scrub you down and we both get out and I oil you down. Now, to a certain extent, I don't do that because it got to a point where my son is like, "Oh, I see your boobs," and I'm like, "Ah, you know what boobs are. No more."
Yeah.
Right. I
What's
think,
that? What's that
what we have
furry
to
hairy thing down there, Mom?
see, and that's the thing. That's another reason why sons need fathers, right? Because me saying that to my mother was fine because she's teaching me about my own body, what it's about
My
to
own
become,
anatomy,
right?
yeah. So yes,
Exactly.
that's why my husband now, if I'm like, hey, if my husband's in the shower in the tub, I'm like, hey, can I throw him in with you? Like,
Hmm.
I
Yeah.
I rather he be in the tub with you than to be in the tub with me and be like, why your boobs look like that? And I'm just like, bruh.
Right. But here's the thing now, right? And so let me go back to the point I was making a little bit earlier. Children have incredibly powerful learning mechanisms activated in their brain all through childhood, right? Literally from birth until 13, every learning mechanism you could think of is on full force. To the point where they're learning 10,000 words a day, 10,000 words a day before they ever say one word. Okay. So we have to understand, right, that kids are learning everything. The second they see something, they learn it, right? They may not display it right away, but they've learned that behavior. That's why, like, sometimes you'll hear your kid
Is my
say
phone?
something or you'll see your kid do something and you're like, where the heck did they see that? And it's like, oh, they saw it like
Yes.
7 months ago from this one person, but they only saw that one time. You thought you had escaped it. No, they learned it and they'll use it in the proper context too, which is terrifying, but that's what their brains are meant to do. And so that's why, as Brother X said, it's so important that when they finally do display a behavior or they say a word, that we address it properly, right? Like you want, for example, like, okay, again, I'm also not trying to get into your family business because, you know your kids and your situation best, right? But, for example, so when I was a kid, right? Because like all little girls, I'm in love with my daddy. I'm going to marry him when I grow up, right? And so,
I was the same.
right now on TV, right, I saw the way people kiss when they're in love, right? My daddy loves me. I love him. We say it all the time, right? So there should be no problem. So he comes to kiss me goodnight, right? And I grabbed his face, right? And like, not only put my lips on his, but I'm pulling his face in and I'm twisting my head around like I'm seeing them do on TV. I don't know what the hell it means, right? And he pulled away, and the way he said stop and the look on his face, and he was like, don't you ever do that again. And I was so traumatized, right? Because I wasn't trying to do something wrong. I didn't understand what I did wrong at all, right?
Yeah.
And I was really traumatized. And, later after he had to calm down, he came back and said, okay, listen, okay, that is for what two adults who are in love do, okay? That's not what mommies and daddies and their children do, okay? There's a different kind of love, right? So like in the situation of like your kid, for example, right? Like I would, for me, this is just me, right? I would clarify the difference between the greeting, right? So, okay, so we give daddy a husband kiss, okay, and we give the son the son hug, right? Like I would clarify so you understand, hey, listen, there's different roles, but we all want to be greeted and feel important when someone walks into a room. Okay, I can give that to you. But let's clarify the difference now. I gave you the hug and whatever. And now I'm going to sit up on my husband's lap because this is husband wife time over here. We doing something different, right? So, because they'll learn that too. They might get upset initially, right? And that's something that a lot of mothers, especially the permissive parents, right? They mess up on. Well, if he got upset, then it's bad. No, they're going to get upset because you said no. They're disappointed. They have to learn how to be upset, deal with the disappointment, and move on in life, because you got to teach them reality. And that's where a lot of parents, even not single parents, that's where a lot of mothers are messing up these days.
And let me ask this: is Kodak Black a single? Is Kodak Black also a single child? Like, is he the only child in the family?
I'm not
so. I don't know.
sure. He said, "I hope so."
No, because then children orgies and stuff and calling them family
Well,
reunion.
the reason why I'm asking too is you have to take into the account the development of certain children, like how T.P.O.T was talking about. I'm sorry, please repronounce the word. I cannot speak right now.
What's that?
Oedipus.
Oedipus.
Yes.
The Oedipus Complexidus.
Oedipus Complexidus is really only present in your oldest child. As you have children, that Oedipus complex is not necessarily there. It is only there, honestly, with the first child. You may encounter it a bit with the second or the third, but it will never be to the extent that it is with the first child until another child is born. And that's why I brought up earlier, my child's an only child. But granted, for example, he plays football. I was just so happened to be babysitting another child on the sideline, and it was a little girl. She was sitting in my lap. She was watching Cocomelon on my phone. My son ran off the field to come confront me about who is this child on your lap right now, and I'm like, you're supposed to be playing football. But I could tell he was kind of like, no, I want to sit in your lap. Why is she here?
I still don't think that that's anything romantic. I was upset when my father was playing Army Mans with my little cousin. Like, that's just my
it's just jealousy.
Yeah, that's just parental jealousy.
It is, but jealousy happens because you consider. But jealousy happens because you consider something either to be in it belongs to you. This is mine.
You do belong to him. You are his mom. Like,
I am.
Just like I see my dad. Like, wait a minute, you're my dad. My cousin has his own dad called my uncle. Why are you playing Army Man with him? That's how I look at it. No, honestly, I think Oedipus is something different than
because the Oedipus complex has to do with attraction. You're basically attracted.
Well, no. It doesn't have
to
do
the parent.
No, it doesn't have to do with attraction the way you think of attraction, because children don't feel what we think of as attraction, right? It's this deep, significant, meaningful love and identification with the parent of the opposite sex. And the thing is, with
Yeah,
the Oedipus complex,
that's what I read it the definition to be. It doesn't
yeah.
have to deal with like
So
attraction as in
basically,
that.
no. So with
It's
Freud, right?
possessiveness.
Well, with Freud, everything is defined as sexual energy. All energy, even when you eat, is defined as sexual energy, right? Like the way that Freud defined everything, that's basically our drive is sexual. And so when he phrases things a lot, right, it might give us a little bit of an idea that like he literally needs actual sex, but it's not, right? It's just one of the powerful
Yeah,
energies
but
that drive
I
us,
didn't
right? So
I didn't say sex though. I said attraction. I didn't say sex. And
right, okay.
according to Freud, it occurs during, it occurs during the stage of your psychosexual development, usually between the ages of, like 3, 4, 5, 6, So he is the kid is
Yeah, but
attracted.
that's different. That's 4 different stages of the psychosexual stages.
Uh-oh,
So yeah.
we
Well,
got D.
brother,
Darrell up here.
hey,
Hey,
Darrell, I know
yeah.
you're the expert on this, but like I'm gonna run out of battery soon. I'm gonna have to head
Okay,
off. Okay, if I
okay.
could say this right quick,
Go
and then
ahead.
I'll listen on my
Pull the
phone.
trigger.
But somebody brought up something interesting about the father-daughter dynamic. I think it was Ruby. It reminds me of that scene on Eve's Bayou, which is very awkward. What do you do as a father if some crap like that happens? For those of you who've seen Eve's Bayou, Megan Good and Samuel L. Jackson's scene, which was very cringe. What do you do in that instance? But I do think that if somebody is just coming into puberty and they don't really understand boundaries and familiar boundaries just yet, it is important to sit down and have a reasonable talk. Now, I'm pretty sure that whatever Kodak is going through, there was some manifestations, that he was going in that direction at around 12, 13, and she didn't do anything. And that's why he's a grown ass man ass grabbing his mom.
Yeah.
He does have siblings for the record, y'all. He has an older brother and a younger brother.
So
Well,
Okay.
I'm glad Brother D. Darrell is here. Let me ask you, Brother D. Darrell, did you see the tape? Did you see the video?
You know where my jury box is?
Yes, I did see the video.
Okay.
I didn't really take it serious at all. I think we may be overanalyzing this in my perspective.
Hold it. Let me stop you right there. I'm ready to stop you already, D. Darrell.
Brother.
How do we overanalyze a man groping his mom's ass and trying to kiss her in the mouth in public on film? How could you
And
possibly
breast.
overanalyze that?
And I'm gonna tell you, you just said that you said he's doing that on film. He's doing it for shock value. We don't know the context of him doing that. I mean, there are plenty of people that do things on social media for a variety of reasons. And I don't take, just for me personally, I don't take people's behavior literally on social media most of the time. I think it's irresponsible to do that. I'm not saying that it could be something that may be internally going on, but I don't know. I don't have enough evidence to substantiate that claim, particularly when we're speaking of something in regards to an Oedipus complex. I don't know his psychosocial history as far as how he grew up, his family's norms. I've actually dealt with families that walk around naked. Now that's outside of the normal range for most families, but there are families that practice nudity in within the culture of the framework of the way they interact, and it's totally a situation where there's no sexual or inappropriate things going on. But if someone was to see a son and a mother that practice that, and that's within the confines of their culture, and we would think all types of things, and that may not be the case. Again, like I said, there's not enough information for me, clinically speaking, to say that. I need more information. I need more data. I need more things to understand what type of interaction his mother's had, what type of exposure that was that he witnessed or seen or may experience. for me to say, oh, he has an Oedipus complex. No, I don't know. I don't know their verbal communication with one another. I don't know different things as far as her history. That there's a lot of holes in that too. Now, of course, just for pure entertainment, if you want to speculate, that would be fine. If you want to speculate this person has a an Oedipus complex and you want to just look at it theoretically and so forth, I mean, that's fine. But for me, if you want me, I'm assuming you brought me here because you wanted me to speak from clinical terms. I hope that's the reason you asked me to come, because for me, from
Oh,
a clinical
absolutely.
standpoint,
You're the psychotherapist.
I would not, from a clinical standpoint, it would be irresponsible for me to assume that without having more data to substantiate that claim.
Well, let me
It would be
ask you a
Okay.
question,
actually
Well,
Jarrell.
let me
I have
take
a question.
let me
it would
take your
actually be
psycho.
very unethical to do so.
Can I ask a
Let
question,
me ask you
please?
this. Hold on a second. Let me ask you this. Take the psychotherapist hat off for a minute, right? You saw the
Right?
whole video. He gropes mom's ass a couple times. He's trying to kiss mom in the mouth, and then after that, he gets on a video and he doubles down on it and says, "Hey, this is normal." So, beside the psychotherapist, D. Durrell, how about just the man, D. Durrell? What does the
Okay.
man, D. Durrell, say about
Well,
that?
the man Durrell says that um I think that from me looking at it based on my own experience and with my, as far as me interaction with my own mother and seeing other people interact within the framework of their families and so forth, I would think that it was inappropriate. And it's not necessarily within a normal range of what we see as the interaction between mother and son or children with their parents, period. But that's me looking in the outside. I don't think it's inappropriate. I don't think that it's appropriate per se.
Okay.
But obviously, if he said it from that, I didn't see the part where he doubled down on it and he felt like this is something how they interact. That's within the culture of what they do. That is not something that most American families would do. I'm saying, as far as displaying of affection, I don't agree with it, but me not agreeing with it doesn't mean that it's necessarily wrong. There's tons of different things that can be seen as inappropriate from another person's standpoint, but in the framework of other people, they think it's okay. Now, unless again, as I said, unless there were some other things in which he was exposed to at an early age or was touched or things like that, if I became privy to data as such, and he thinks that basically inappropriate having that type of interaction based on those experiences, then I would have a different perspective on things, because then I'm looking at the fact that you were treated in a way that you think is normal, but it's not necessarily normal, and you think that it's okay. And I'm gonna do case in point. When you look at someone such as R. Kelly, who thought it was normal for him to have sex with his sister, and to the point where he bragged about it as a kid and so forth to other people and so forth, he thought that was normal. And obviously we all understand incest is not normal, and also that the fact that the age range and so forth, and the fact that he didn't understand that he was being molested and so forth. So there's a difference in that. But again, I don't know. I R. Kelly's evidence is greatly publicized, so I could give a better perspective on that. Again, I don't know how he interacted and what those experiences were with his mother, where he felt that it was okay for him to do that. Uh, Again, it could have been him playing around. It could have been the fact that that's how they. Again, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. I don't think it's right, but I don't know as far as the overall experience of him as a child with her, whether or not this was something that she basically molded him to do, or coerced him to do as a child, that he felt that he could do this as an adult with his mother. I just don't know. So I have to
Okay, can I ask you a
we have to
question?
be careful of that.
So I want to ask now, okay? So I'm gonna add a little bit to what Brother X said, and you can answer from either perspective. So the first thing is, right, because in the video you have to look at the fact that before the grabbing ass part, right? So he comes up, he's dancing up on her, whereas in the way a man and a woman would with the guy behind her. But then he puts his hands actually on her breasts and slides them
Okay.
across. And it's very obvious, right? And then, we go for
Right.
the ass grab. And then as she's turning away, he has his hand literally on her crotch. Like it's very obviously planted right there. Luckily
Right.
I caught it because Game Changer had paused it there, right? Then trying to kiss her on the lips multiple times. Okay. Then when he responded, right? I know you didn't hear the response, but when he responded, he said, right, that he's in love with his mother. He just wants to make his mother feel beautiful. So yeah, he does these things to make his mom feel beautiful because his mom is the queen of his heart. His mom is his queen. So he's gonna do these things. Yeah, he's gonna kiss her feet. He's gonna and so he was going on about it, right?
Okay.
As though like we caught him in an intimate moment with his girlfriend, right? And then
Okay.
he's talking about how, yeah, he's gonna make his girlfriend feel real good. That's why he touches up like that, because he wants to make her feel beautiful and make her feel special. And he actually said those
Okay.
words. Like I didn't add no words extra. So
Okay.
now, given his response after the fact, right, of all those, I'm in love with her, she's my queen, I'm gonna make her feel beautiful. That's why I do these things to her to make her feel beautiful. Don't worry, we didn't cross any lines, right? Like we've never fucked. It was right, so we're not crossing lines there, right? It was just I just want to make her feel beautiful. So now,
Oedipus
Right.
right, does that change your
Complexidus.
opinion at all? Does that change your opinion
Again,
at
as I
all?
stated,
Because it gives you a little bit more.
I think that it was inappropriate. I think that it was definitely inappropriate. But again, I don't know. I don't have information. That could have been for show. He could have been lying. He could have been playing. We don't know what's real.
Okay, let's
What's
assume
really
he's not
happening.
lying. Assume
What?
he's not lying. Assume he's not lying, right? Assume he's not lying.
Brother,
I know we
brother
don't know.
We don't
D.
Assume
know.
he's not
We
lying.
Darrell
don't.
will
We really do.
defend
Okay,
any
let me
damn
ask you,
body, man.
T.P.O.T, do we really know?
No, but that's why I said assume he's not lying. Because
No,
you've
Okay,
answered like
so
three.
then if
Hold
we
on, you've
only
don't
answered
thing
really
three
know,
different times.
I
But
can't
you've
make
we
answered
know
three
what
different
we
times about this.
saw,
irresponsible. I
though.
cannot make
Right.
irresponsible. I can't
No,
make
you can.
irresponsible
But
assumptions right
brother,
now.
TPOT.
But
what we
I
say
Hey,
is
can't.
this.
I
Hold on,
refuse to do
hold
that.
on, y'all. Brother,
hold
listen,
on,
all
hold on,
I'm
hold
saying
on.
is this.
hold on.
What we're
I'm sorry.
saying is this.
I'm dropping down for the night, and I just wanted to say thank you so much for having me. But unfortunately, I
Absolutely,
have to drop down. I got things I
Lady
gotta do in the
Queen
morning.
Q. Yes,
It was really great
you're a
to talk
married
to you.
woman. You have a family. We understand, but thanks for
Mm-hmm.
coming through. I
Thank
appreciate
you
it, Lady
guys so
Q.
much, and you guys have a good day in chat. You guys have a peaceful night.
You too, Queen. Nice talking to you.
Peace, Lady Q. But
Um,
let me say this, brother D. Darrell. Now you're the professional, okay? I'm not. I'm a fucking mechanic, all right? I'm a goddamn grease monkey. I don't know shit about psychology. I know how to make engines faster and more powerful is what I know how to do. But we know what we saw, brother D.
I
Darrell.
know what you
I
saw.
mean, we
I know what
we
you saw. But do you
saw.
know?
Should we
But is
not
it
believe
real?
our lying
Is
eyes?
it real?
no, but brother, here's my question because you've answered like three or
We
four
don't know.
times, given
We
that we
don't
don't know.
know if
Hold
it's
on,
real.
let me get it out there. You've answered three or four times, right? And you've said, listen, in my professional opinion, right, we don't know. You've covered the bases, given that we don't know or that it could be fake, right? And I totally
Right?
agree with you, right? It would be irresponsible for you if to done otherwise, right? So what I'm saying is, can you give us your opinion? Given, let's say you had incontrovertible proof, this is all
I
100%. It was not
said
for
it
show. It was
inappropriate.
absolutely for real, right? So
I
given that it's
personally,
absolutely for real, then what would you
I,
say about this from a more professional standpoint if it
he's
was
not
real?
gonna.
I
He's not gonna.
I
He's not gonna
stated
do it.
I stated that I felt that it was totally inappropriate. I said that
Hmm.
several times.
Right. What do you
It's
think, like
inappropriate.
what do you think would cause this type of behavior?
Let me say this. Let me say this. Whether it was real or contrite or not, it was still inappropriate to do on camera. That's
Hmm.
my personal opinion.
Right. So what do you think would cause
Yeah,
this kind of behavior though? I guess is my
I don't
question.
know. I couldn't say because I don't have any information to state why he chose to do that. What I would say, just me hypothetically speaking, just
Yeah.
because of that, and
Yeah.
I'm sorry that I really have to speak in these terms, and there's a reason for that, because there are people that have actually called my board on me saying things on the on internet, so I have to be extra careful with certain things. So
Right.
I just can't, even though nothing was done, but the fact that they merely did that was to me, I have to be careful how I state. So I get why you all are wondering why I'm saying this for my own protection, because I do have licenses and so forth, that people that don't like me think that I'm doing something unethical, and that has been done like 4 times. So I have
Mm-hmm.
to speak in these terms. So let's just I had a situation where this happened, and I looked at this and so forth. I would assume for a person, let's say it's real, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I would
Mm-hmm.
assume for a person to feel that comfortable to do that um out in public like that on camera, and then come back trying to rationalize why he did it. I would assume that that person was possibly sexually abused as a child.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
That would be my assumption. I would think that somebody sexually abused that child, or they exposed him to some type of sexual behavior that he should have not experienced. Whether he visually saw it, or he experienced it, or he saw somebody else experience that. That's what I would think. If I just looked at it, just hypothetically speaking, as
Right.
being real, that's what I would think. I would think he
Okay.
possibly was sexually abused.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Would you think it's the mother? And if not the
I, I
mother,
would
like,
I would I would probably think, to be honest with
hmm,
you, I would think it was either a female, or it probably was his mother. Hypothetically speaking.
right.
Yes.
Okay.
I would think it probably, because I'm gonna be honest, I've seen situations where mothers sexually abuse their sons like that, and even
Mm-hmm.
daughters. And
Mm-hmm.
I've seen situations where um the comfort level in how they show affection was, to me, outside of a normal range of a typical relationship between a mother and son, so to speak. And some of it kind of was blurred on the lines of um um let's say what I would think drawn out, or overly um I think overly affectionate hugs per se, saying certain types of names, and and things like that, little things like that, thinking it's funny towards each other, uh
Right.
just certain type of touching that I think would resemble more of a adult relationship between a man and a woman, whether they're married or in a relationship. And I think also, but to me, more than that is, um in my experience, seeing this type of thing happen, there was also a level of responsibility that the mother would blur the line of her son being sort of like a pseudo boyfriend, as far as being responsible for certain things, such um as far as making money to pay bills, buying her things, treating her, being upset if he has a girlfriend, things of that sort, and vice versa. And to me, in clinical, and things like that, issues like that, in which there was some type of inappropriate behavior, that was usually the essence of the problems, in regards to them not their inability to deal with their mother or son having a close relationship, or a romantic relationship with somebody, you know uh outside of what they feel like they should have with them, and not being able to differentiate between the two. Now, I could understand, as a child, um experiencing this and not understand the difference, but the fact of an adult not not being able to decipher the difference between her son wanting to have a boyfriend, and thinking that I mean, her son wanted to have a girlfriend and showing affection or kissing them or holding hands and things, and thinking because he's doing that, that necessarily means that there's something that he no longer loves her or care for her the way that she feels that he's supposed to. That's usually the essence of things like that, as far as the entitlement from the other person, as far as what they're supposed to be doing, and things like that. But um a kid that grows up like that, just like I'm using R. Kelly as a prime example, and there are other people who also they become predatory also. Many kids that have experienced that, as far as being victimized, eventually older, if not treated, they become predatory towards others, and they don't understand the difference. You know, one of the best examples I have a Caucasian guy that grew up in a family from a rural town in which he had sex with his sister, he had sex with many of his first, second cousins, and so forth. And in that family, it had a culture of abusing children. I would say almost, I think he had about 5 or 6 brothers and sisters. All of those children were, all of his cousins were all sexually abused. They all acted out the abuse towards one another. And when they got older, he acted out the same thing to his daughter. And in his acting out of what he thought was typical normal behavior, there was no shame. And I noticed somebody talked about, as far as I think I guess just freely doing so or acting that out as effortlessly as he did, and so forth. And a lot of people do that thinking that it's an okay behavior, like it's really something that I'm able to do, and it should not be socially deemed as being evil or immoral. And for many people that undergo that experience, they don't understand they don't really understand what's moral or immoral when it comes to that. So when he acted out that behavior to his own daughter, he had no anxiety about it at all. He just freely felt that that's something that he could do, and that he was, that's something that he was entitled to do, and she was supposed to enjoy it from his perspective. So I just think, I'm like I said, there's different ways you can look at it, but that's, in looking at this stuff, and as far as just in treatment and within the confines of my profession, that's how I kind of look at it. Just me seeing somebody doing something on social media is not going to drive me to think a whole bunch of things, because I just don't know the context of why it was done, whether it was pre-contrite, whether it was something to see what people would say. I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. And I know you're like, but damn, with D. Darrell, he said this and that. Why would you assume that? Again, I have to look at, I can't just say certain things without it having a certain connotation. When somebody like myself says something, it can stick. It can stick a little bit more than somebody else just saying it. So I just have to look at it like in that position.
Well, let me put it in this perspective. Is there any positive way that this is, like, where you in your profession can say, "Oh, that makes sense"? Like, let's just play devil's advocate for a second and say that they sat down and he said, "Hey, mama, I'm gonna need to grab your ass for some publicity." And she said, "Okay, son, if it's for publicity, go ahead and grab it." Is that psychologically healthy to you?
No, it's
Even
not.
so, there's really
That's why I
no.
said it was inappropriate.
Right, but what I want to say is there's really no good way that your hand can end up on your mama's ass. Like, there
I
is.
agree.
So yeah, please don't say that we're overreacting. This is an appropriate reaction for a
No,
man
no,
saying,
no. I'm saying that I am not going to overreact. I can't overreact from my position,
"There's no such thing as
because
overreacting."
yes,
Every
it is a
reaction,
thing. Brother. brother, it is a such thing for me to overreact and say something that can be looked at in a certain light. If I stated without any basis that he had a particular psychological situation without ever seeing or whatever, that would be unethical. That's why I said that's the reason why I'm saying things in a certain way for my own protection.
Well, I'm not a
Yeah,
professional.
well,
I'm just fucked up. I don't know
Yeah,
who.
it is fucked up. It
who
is
has
messed up that people contact your board for business issues. Yes, it is.
yeah, that is fucked up. Even though I
Yeah, it
happen to
is.
disagree, I happen to disagree with Brother D. Darrell from time to time,
Right.
probably like 50% of the shit he says. But I still think it's fucked up that y'all are fucking calling people on the man, you dumb, stupid YouTube fucking Negroes. But something amazing and odd has actually happened tonight. I actually agree with most of the shit Brother D. Darrell is saying. That's like an oddity up here, y'all. I'm actually agreeing with most of the shit that Brother D. Darrell is saying. I know
But
he can't
I'm gonna
say
say
too
this
much because
yeah.
stupid YouTube Negroes, but go ahead.
I think any mother to me, him the fact that he did it is the fact to me the worst thing is the fact that she didn't correct him on it.
Yeah, there is
That
that.
to me
That's
is the biggest
I'm
the
kind of
biggest thing is that
stuck there.
she did not correct him. And to me, the fact that she did not correct him probably I can only speculate, probably could be representative of him doing a lot of other things that she may have not corrected him on that he need to be corrected on, because that is extreme.
Yeah,
For you to let's say that they did plan that, for a mother to agree for your child to touch you in your private areas and like that, to agree to that has something to say about the manner in which you raised him and allowed him to do certain things. That to me is far beyond, that should have been a definite no. That should have been something he should have been scolded just for even asking his own mother, or just even doing that. But to be honest with you guys, when y'all looked at the video, she didn't seem. I mean, I would have thought she would have been more uncomfortable. I'm just going to say it from that standpoint. She didn't seem as that uncomfortable, or she seemed to me not phased by it per se, of a lack of a better
yeah.
word.
Like I've been saying all night, she didn't seem uncomfortable enough for me.
Yes.
But shout out to Osama Abdul, my brother, with the $5 super chat. I appreciate that, brother Osama. He says salute to one of the OGs in this space, T.P.O.T. I knew you would be speaking on this. You are the resident expert on this topic. Not the resident expert, but the resident motherfucker who'll get up here and talk shit about it. But when you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it, because like Brother Game Changer said, if say it was for publicity, they rehearsed it. He said, "Mom, when we get out here, I'm gonna feel your ass a couple times. I'm gonna try to kiss on you. I'm gonna have my hand in your crotch while we dancing on the floor." I mean, for her to say, "Okay, son, that's fine," that is
Yeah, that's a problem.
mind-boggling. Yeah, that's
That's a problem.
mind-boggling.
Yeah.
So I've been saying it all night. I gotta lean on the mom. I have to leave on this old mama. I gotta lean
definitely
on
have
it.
to agree. I definitely have to agree. Matter of fact, how old is he anyway? Does anybody know?
How old is Kodak Black?
It don't matter.
Yeah, it actually doesn't. It actually
But no.
doesn't.
The reason, no. I'm not stating it from that standpoint. I'm trying to figure out how long he's been in the industry, because it kind of, the reason why it kind of matters to me per se is not the fact that his age excuse him for him, is the fact that I would like
He
to
was
know
born
as
in June
far
of
as
1997. He was
Oh,
born in
he's
June of
young.
so he's
1997. So
20
he's like
he's young.
24.
He's
24, I
Like
think.
24,
24.
25.
But
Okay,
I
he's
mean,
24 years old.
right.
So he's
But even
probably
before he was a performer,
so
he
so
wrote,
he
like he wrote one song called "My Mama Got Ass Too," but they changed it to "Her Mama Got Ass Too."
Wow.
so I'm the reason why I'm saying that is because kind of thinking about how long he's probably been in the rap industry, he probably got into this as a way of supporting his family.
Okay.
And it
How
could
does
have been potentially from her pressuring him to do things to make money. And again, that like as I've spoken to as far as the blur of the lines of you trying to overcompensate, you trying to get your son to compensate for a husband or a man that you don't have. And so you're pressuring your son and you're blurring the lines of him just being your son, you know, because he's been around for quite a time and so forth, you know. So he probably has been making money in the industry since he was a teenager.
he's a husband? We've talked about it many, many times. He's the
Yeah, so that
husband.
and so when you blur the lines like that, things like that potentially happen.
Mm.
And him feeling free, you know, free enough and confident enough to do it without getting a negative reaction. You know,
Yeah.
again, that goes in the blurring the line, and that to me is totally her fault for that. That is
Absolutely. It's
totally.
his old
She
mama's
should.
fault.
Okay, well, that's the term you want to use, but it is
That's
definitely
his
her
old
fault for not.
mama's fault. And I don't believe this was the first time this has happened. It's not like this was an experiment. We're experimenting out here. This has happened at least 5 times or more. I don't know if it's 5 times, but I don't think this is the first time this has happened. He was too comfortable. She wasn't uncomfortable enough. The lady said with their spidey senses, they said they could tell that she was uncomfortable because they was looking at it with their spidey senses. But I mean, she just
An
didn't. The only
uncomfortable woman probably would have slapped her son or pushed him off.
yeah, like what the hell
I'm
is
sorry.
wrong with you, Negro? Like,
Yeah,
you know,
she would have made that. No,
she
she would have made a scene.
yeah, she didn't. The only time she seemed a little uncomfortable to me is when because he kept trying to kiss her in the mouth. I saw that part too. And you know, he did it like multiple times, like 3, 4 times. He was trying to go in, you know, for the tongue kiss. And you know, she was like moving away, you know, from that. But other than that, I didn't see a whole lot of uncomfortability there. I just didn't see it. But then again, I don't have the female spidey senses. So I just missed the shit. But we've been joined by my brother. Little Big Nate is in the house. What's good with it, brother Big Nate?
What up, Xavier? How you folks doing this evening?
Good.
Good evening.
Did you see the video?
I still haven't, bro. I just came from my show to your show. Would you mind playing it? Are you able to play it?
Oh, let me see if I can pull it up.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind playing. I still haven't seen it, though.
Yeah, you gotta kind of see it. Or better yet, I'll just show you this. How about I
If you
show
can put
you
the link
this?
in the back chat, I'll look at it and then come back or whatever. Whatever works for you.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's music on it or whatever. I'm not sure.
I don't think so. Let me see.
Well, when I played it earlier, it was mute.
Yeah, it didn't have any, and I had it too. God damn it. Gotta look for it now. Don't worry, I'm gonna find it.
No problem.
I'll get it. But basically, let me set it up for you
Sure.
while I look for it. He was on the dance floor with his mother, right? And him and his mother out there dancing. He grabs his mother's ass, I think more than once. Lady Ruby says she saw him put his hand in her crotch. I didn't even see that part.
Oh, God.
And he's also, oh yeah, you know what X always makes you throw up in your mouth. and then he's trying to kiss her in the mouth, right? And then it's not finished after that because he doubles down on it and said, this is what I do. I need to make my mom feel good.
Oh,
This is how I make her feel beautiful, blah, blah, blah. So
incest
it's not
makes mom feel good. Can we put that on a card somehow?
yeah, it's not that it's not that he gets on there and be like, yo, I know this was wrong, y'all. I probably shouldn't have did it. No. He actually gets on there and doubles down on it and says, hey, and then scolds the audience, I believe. He scolds the audience because they don't do the same thing. They don't, they don't make their mom feel good like he does. They don't do it. Here we
Brother
are.
Brother X, I posted a link inside of the chat, inside of the back chat, and that link has
Okay.
both the dancing video and his response in it.
All right. I'm going to mute up and you folks talk. I'll be back.
All right. Yeah, this makes his mom feel good, when he rubs her ass, puts his hand on her thigh, and, tries to tongue kiss her on the dance floor. And he's a person that has how many millions of followers? Lots of people, because the young folks, this is who they listen to. They listen to the Kodak Blacks and the Nicki Minaj's and, all these people. This is who these are their influencers.
And isn't it the same guy that was saying something in reference to not liking to date dark-skinned women and only dating light-skinned? I remember he actually did that, right?
Yeah, I think that
That's
was
what Queen was saying too.
right?
I didn't hear that, but Queen said the same thing, that he had gotten into controversy over saying something like that, like he only dates white women.
Yeah, he said that too.
Yeah, so he has some issues, so
obviously squeeze it on his mom's ass.
He has tons of issues.
But his mama black.
Yeah, his mom. His
her.
mom is black. Lady Angel Martin put an interesting comment into the chat room. She said, my ex killed himself and left a note about his mom being in a satanic cult where she took his virginity at 4 and passed him around to the cult, which included many of my friends' parents. Wow.
Yeah, that happens. I know I've been hearing a lot in some other sectors. I've always had reservations about Jehovah Witnesses, but there are a lot of ex-JW people that have talked about similar experiences like that, as far as parents forcing them to do things and in that type of environment and being sexually exploiting children and so forth. I've heard like several accounts of that in the last 2 months from people from that religion per se.
Yeah, I mean
that's crazy.
Because we live in such a crazy world, right? We live in a crazy world, and we've been living in a crazy world for a long, long time. And what I think is happening now is that those secrets are starting to not be kept as much. They're creeping out because everything is so static, right? Everything's allowed. Everything's cool. Men can wear dresses on TV. The women can wear mustaches and beard on TV. Everything is fluid, right? So what you're starting to see now, I believe that what you're starting to see now is you're starting to see all this stuff that was usually done, in the house, down in the basement, nobody could see it. That stuff is starting to seep out now and it's working its way into whatever we call this media, entertainment, psychological escapism. It's leaking into it. All right. The secrets are finally not being kept as much. All right. They're bleeding out. Now, I still believe that we as black folks, we keep a lot of goddamn secrets, and it kills us. Because some of this shit that happens inside of black households, someone need to be told about it so it can fucking stop. All right? I'm always going to believe that. Someone needs to be told about some of this shit because it needs to be stopped. Right? But some of it is making its way out. It's crawling out of the chimney. We can see it fuming over top of the house. Some of it is happening. And I think some of this shit is what we see it. And I wouldn't even be surprised, because if it happens, you Negroes better give me credit for saying it.
Brother,
I wouldn't even be surprised. I'll get right to you, Brother Nate. I wouldn't even be surprised if you start seeing other so-called celebrities do the same shit. But go right ahead, Brother Nate.
I gotta be honest. I watched the video of him dancing with his mother, whatever social function. It wasn't like a dance club.
Yeah.
And she looked very uncomfortable to me. She, she's laughing it off, but she seemed very uncomfortable. That's just what I saw.
Yeah. I saw it
Nate,
too. So
Nate has
very
the
uncomfortable.
spidey senses like you ladies. Damn it. He sees it.
Now, is she uncomfortable because this is happening in public, or is she uncomfortable because she knows this isn't appropriate behavior? Like, I mean, this guy has been in and out.
I guess we're judging. Her response, right?
What's your opinion of her response, Brother Xavier?
I didn't think she looked uncomfortable enough.
Really? Okay.
I mean, the type of mother that I had, if me or one of my brothers had pulled that shit, we probably would have got hit across the jaw with a left hook. To me, I didn't see her that uncomfortable until he was trying to kiss her in the mouth and shit, because he was doing that too. Yeah. And she looked uncomfortable there, like, get out of here, boy. But the cupping of the butt cheek, I don't know. I didn't see enough uncomfortability. I didn't see a flinch. I feel like I should have saw a flinch, right?
It's because you're so overt. It's the difference between people who are very overt in their expressions of I'm uncomfortable, I want to leave this situation, and people who are not. And when you're used to seeing overt, right, very clear, even if they didn't say a word, you're seeing it, and they'll make sure their face tells you something, right? Versus that plastic smile, right? For me, the plastic smile is a sign of discomfort from my mother. So I'm very familiar with seeing when that plastic smile haunts her face, but it's not touching her eyes. And that is exactly what she does, right? So when I see this, I'm like, oh, I recognize it, right? You don't recognize it because it's not in your experience. So, I think personally, that's what I said before. I don't. If I was going to give my real opinion, because I'll say I could be wrong. We talked about all the things. I don't think she did intentionally condition a relationship with her son to be sexual. I think she intentionally conditioned her son to be her non-sexual husband and to fulfill every single other role. And he didn't have any other male role models, and the streets raised him, and the streets told him what love for a woman is. And he has no separation between sexual and non-sexual love. And this is why he started behaving in inappropriate ways. And her being an ineffectual mother, right? Her being an ineffectual person in general, she doesn't call it out. She doesn't nip it in the bud. She doesn't parent, even now, which tells you she didn't parent before, right? I'm just going to try to laugh it off, play it off, and let's never speak of it again. And hopefully it'll just go away. Right? Because that kind of ancient no-count parent exists as well, right? It's not just the overt ones.
On the internet, it's never going away.
No, ever. I'm just hoping it would.
This, Kodak Black is involved in one of the most perverse industries. I mean, the music industry, entertainment, especially rap. I mean, he's been in and out of prison. Lord knows what he saw there. Just the parties that happen in the entertainment industry would probably make most of us blush. But I'm having a tough time. I probably have to watch the video a few more times. I'm having trouble just condemning the mom right now. I mean, obviously, this guy probably wasn't raised properly. It probably came up in a single mother household. But they are of Haitian descent. You got to consider that. The Haitian people I know are very traditional in their value system, but the allure of the streets, there's sometimes you're just not going to be able to do much with your child. it's a tough call, man. It's just based off that one video, it's tough for me to make a call just to completely condemn the mom. I mean, Kodak Black is a grown ass man. You know, he's a grown ass man. He's got millions of dollars. He's a professional. You know, what are you doing? Cupping your mom's behind, dog. I mean, come on, man. It's just.
But he had to feel comfortable doing it, right? I mean, this isn't something you don't just jump up spur of the moment. Oh, I guess I'm gonna grab mom's ass. I mean, he had to have.
I mean, he could have been high. He could have been coked up. I don't.
Oh, I'm sure he was high. I mean, these dudes stay high. They stay high.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but even with that,
so many variables. Time with this one, man. I am.
And he was, and what got me was, you know, it wasn't like he did it and was like, oh shit, what the hell am I doing? I mean, he's trying to kiss his mom in the mouth. He went and tried to kiss her in the mouth like a few times, not just once. He did that shit multiple times.
Right.
You know,
so like that goes back to what I
like
said,
a continuation of the other shit, right? Because it's all lumped in there together, right? Because it's all kind of like inappropriate, right? It's all inappropriate.
It goes to what I said before, though, about, see, like, you understand a very clear separation between sexual love and non-sexual love, right? The love you have for a mother, for a grandmother, for your daughter, that is non-sexual love. There's a very clear demarcation between these two things, right? If you don't understand that difference, right? If you have developed abnormally in your brain, right? And now you're junking high too to make it better, right? You're thinking, oh, I love my mom so much. I'm overcome with the emotion. So I'm going to do the thing that I do when I show women love, to make women feel sexy and beautiful and appreciated and whatever, because this is what women want. This is what makes women feel loved. And I love her and I want her to feel that. Right now, for normal people, like I said, normal people say, I want my mom to feel lovely and beautiful and appreciated. I'm going to buy her roses. Right now, why do we know mommy wants to receive roses? Because a husband or a boyfriend buys it and we know it makes her face light up and makes her feel special. Right. So we find those ways, even though that was in a man-woman relationship, but we understand, okay, this is not sexual and it's still something that's, you know, normal if I do it. Right. He doesn't seem to have that knowledge, that complete separation, right? Because he doesn't see anything wrong with what he did. He just thinks he was doing the right thing. I think even further, I think that he doesn't know how to make a woman that he's dating feel beautiful and appreciated, whatever, without sex. I don't think he actually understands that language. I think he just understands with women, right? They want to be beautiful. Let me show them I think they're sexy. Let them feel sexy, because that's how you tell women you appreciate them, you know?
They want their asses squeezed and their crotch grabbed, and
their boobies rubbed.
And they want you to give a few futile attempts of going in for a tongue kiss. That's
or he could be a drunk, inappropriate asshole.
I mean, there are guys
that way with his mama. I mean, you know, I understand the inclination to find deeper meaning in things. I would have preferred the mom to make a response video to this. Explain what we just saw, Miss Kodak.
Yes, Mom. Tell us, confess, God
what
damn
we
it.
just saw between you and your son, please, because you know.
Come up here right now, Mom. I'm commanding you to come to the T.P.O.T YouTube page and talk about this shit, Mama.
Yeah, I would have preferred to hear from the mom. What's the dynamic this boy grew up in your household with? You know, just explain what we saw. And, well, you know, he was drunk and, you know, it was inappropriate. And we talked about it after it happened off camera and blah, blah, blah. And that would have put it to rest. But, you know, of course,
you know what?
It doesn't happen.
And I've heard everybody, you know, I've heard people all night. I've even heard from the therapist, D. Durrell. But something tells me that mom ain't going to come out and say that shit. Mom ain't going to come out and be like, oh, he was just drunk. He was just fucking around. No, she's going to be one of those people be like, well, you know, when he was young, you know, I used to walk around with my titties out and, you know, all that kind of shit. I think that's what we're going to hear. We're going to hear one of those speeches like, oh, that's what we do. We either going to hear nothing or we're going to hear that. Oh, we kiss each other in the mouth all the time. Yeah, every now and then he slaps me on my freaking ass. I don't care about it. He's been doing it ever since he was 3. I mean, I think we're going to hear more of that. We're not going to hear a stoic presentation of, oh, well, last week, me and my son, Kodak Black, we were on the dance floor. He was a little drunk. He doesn't usually act like that. We don't have that kind of relationship.
That's
Nope.
what I would expect to hear from
Nope. You're going to hear, well, I've been walking around and butt ass naked ever since he was a little boy. I'm his mama. So it don't even matter. You're going to hear that shit or you're going to hear nothing. That's what I predict. And y'all make sure y'all call me when y'all see it now.
Let me tell y'all a story. And you tell me if this is inappropriate, okay? I have a cousin named Carlito, right? And when I was little in New York, I went over to my father's brother. He married this Latino woman, and she had a son named Carlito. We were very close to the same age. I was a little older, so I'm like, I don't know, 11. He's like 10. I'm over his house spending the night at my uncle's house, with hanging out with my cousin Carlito. And I swear to God, my uncle, it's in the morning. We're playing in his room with his toys and stuff. My uncle walks in completely naked, dude. That's how. And I was telling my aunt this a few weeks ago. She's like, yeah, your uncle always would sleep in the nude or whatever. He comes in the room. He is butt ass naked. His one-eyed snake just swinging everywhere. He goes, hey, Carlito, I need you. I told you to get the trash out, blah, blah, blah. I'm looking at him like, holy shit, what the hell is going on here? Dude, I was shocked. I'd never seen a grown man like that naked. Never in my life. I'm like 11 years old. Like, was he wrong if he know? Well, I think it was wrong, having a guest over that may not be accustomed to this type of shit, but it's just so many levels of weird, and it's just so fucking ridiculous. But is he? Go ahead.
Well, we understand that some people are nudists, right? There's probably nudists in the audience. There's nudist colonies, there's nude beaches, there's people who they just walk around naked all the time, right?
Yeah.
So that's their lifestyle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're a person who's not a nudist, though, you ring the doorbell and you walk in and everybody's standing in there naked, it's going to be weird to you. You're going to, have your mouth open, especially if you're a man and the women are standing around in that motherfucker naked. You're going to get shocked, but you're probably not going to cover your eyes, so to speak. But if the norm is, okay, we wear clothes around here, all right, nobody's walking around this motherfucker naked. If that's the norm, if somebody walks out naked, you're going to be shocked. It's going to shock you because it's something out of the norm, right? Your mind isn't programmed to deal with whatever this is because you're not used to it, right? So these type of things, that's why when I saw this, right, because I watched it a couple times and I was like, because I saw it earlier, but I just saw a piece of it, right? Somebody showed me a piece of it, right? Then I went to Game Changers and I saw Brother Game Changer was doing it. So what I did is I went and looked for the whole video, right? And just watched it through. And all I did was get more disturbed than I already was because it wasn't just the grabbing of the ass and the on the dance floor. It was him trying to kiss her in the mouth. And that's the only time she really seemed uncomfortable to me, which I've said all night. And Lady Ruby said he actually had his hand in her crotch. I didn't see that part either.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I
think she was uncomfortable. I think from beginning to end, she was uncomfortable and tried to salvage the situation, to be honest with you. Was she as uncomfortable as she should have been? That's subjective.
Yeah.
She obviously
we're judging.
in the mouth
We're judging.
probably,
we're judging her response. We're judging her response.
Yes.
We're judging her response. And God damn it, I'm judging you harshly, yo mama. But You know, I'm a biased motherfucker, so I'm a judge old mama harshly. Like to me, it's all
I'm looking
it's
for an
all her
opportunity
goddamn
to.
fault. It's
I'm looking
all
for
her
an
fault.
opportunity to.
Why'd
But
you let this happen, mama? Why'd you do it? But, yeah. So I to me, because the reason why I did this, right? The reason why I did this stream, right, is because I talk about this kind of shit all the time. All right. I've been on many brothers' shows talking about this very same thing. Those of you who know me, y'all know over the course of years, I've always talked about this shit. I've always talked about this Oedipus complex. I'm the goddamn goddamn coiner of the phrase these old mamas. So y'all know I always talk about this shit. All right. I talk about this shit because I think one of the worst things that ever happened to black men is black mamas. I think that's one of the worst things that ever happened to them. I'm a true believer that if you get these boys away from these fucking fucked up mamas, they might actually grow up to be something. That's what I believe.
Would white mamas for black boys have been better, X?
I don't know if I don't necessarily know if white mothers would be better, but I think even if you put them with a fucking a giraffe as a father, he'd be a better parent than they fucking mamas.
Wow.
All right.
Oh, damn.
That's my thing. I think kids, I think especially sons. I think once a son get to be like 4 years old, these hoes need to go ahead and give the boy to his father. If you ain't going to give him to his father, give him to his uncle, his grandfather. And I don't just talk that shit. I walk it. All right.
Yes.
I walk it. I believe in that shit. I believe that if the father ain't around, it's up to the men in the family to take these fucking boys and have these boys live with you. You raise them. Don't leave them to their old goddamn mama. I don't give a fuck if she is your sister or your cousin. Guess what? Just because she's your sister or cousin don't mean she's more of a decent mother. Because guess what? Her black ass ain't shit either. Because guess what? All these hoes is somebody cousin, somebody sister, somebody mama, somebody fucking daughter. Just because it's yours, it doesn't matter. She's still an old mama. Take the goddamn kid and let the kid live with you. Damn it. But yeah.
Damn.
Because I believe that shit, man. I truly believe it, and I fucking live it too. All right. I live it. Shit, I'm already making preparations to have another one of my grandsons come live up in this motherfucker. All right. Well, not here when we get the other house, but coming to live with me. God damn it. Because I believe in what I say. These fucking dudes are not around. It's up to the men in the family to grab the boy, give him some manhood. Not motherfuckers from outside, not people from somewhere else, not people from off of YouTube. You motherfuckers. Within that community, we always talking about community. What about the community of all you freaking Negroes that live together? The grandfathers, the uncles, the older cousins. You take this boy. If you know she's just an old mama, don't just let her just raise the boy, and especially if she's a bullshit mother. You know, they're all getting high and dragging Negroes in out the house. Man, the kid is going to be better off with you than her. That's just the truth.
Question, X?
Go ahead.
What financial penalty does this mom pay? Does she pay, like, and I'm not asking you your personal business, but should not these women pay these men to take care of their children? Any child support? These women ain't denying the goddamn child support, I tell you that.
Well, absolutely. If they feel like they, if they're in a position where they can contribute, that's fine. Fortunately for me, I don't need their fucking money. Keep
Understood.
it.
Like I said, I wasn't talking about your particular situation.
Keep your shit. I don't need your little fucking nigga pennies. I don't need them.
It's someone tonight.
Don't need them. I don't. God damn it. There you keep your nigga pennies. God damn it. I don't need them. They'll be just fine. Trust me. You take that fucking money and improve your fucking life. I don't need your shit.
But X, they're not going to do that. I'm not talking about the women in your family. I'm just talking most women are not going to.
Oh, you probably are. You probably are.
They're not
Yeah,
gonna
you
do it.
probably are. They ain't improving they shit either, god damn it.
Mm.
But if they was about improvement, the fucking boys would not have to be here, would they?
If
But that's
anything, not having the child, they'll end up in more fucking trouble. I'm dead serious. They'll end up in more problems and trouble, not having the responsibility of having to get home to take care of their children. So yeah, it's a catch-22, man. It's vicious.
Yeah, man, these women don't do right, man. And I'm an old Negro, and I'm kind of old school, and I'm just doing what I can for my people because they're my people. They're not stranger kids. They're not kids from an orphanage. They're not kids off the block. They're my fucking people. All right. So I'm gonna be the motherfucker to make sure they get right. I'm gonna make sure as long as I'm alive, they gonna get right. They gonna learn shit. All of that. If motherfuckers get lucky, they might even inherit my goddamn business if they play the cards right. Play the cards right, you might just inherit something, you little Negro. I tell them that shit all the time. You play your cards right, you might fuck around and inherit something. You might just do it. But we creeping up on 3 hours and 15 minutes. I guess we're gonna go ahead and close it out. Everybody, parting shots. Whoever want to go ahead and go. Anyone?
I'll
go ahead.
Oh, well, go ahead.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Brother Deacon.
Yeah, well, X, appreciate you for having me on. I wish I could have came in a little earlier, but
yeah, me too, man. You fucking late, man. You came in like after you've been on for like 5 hours and shit. Nah, but go ahead.
Hey, man, I had some business to take care of, man. But it's enjoyable, man. I'm, man. What I'm gonna say is that it's is no excuse. As far as whatever reason that did take place, I think it was a bad decision on his part and her part. Um, I really think that she was not as uncomfortable as I think she should have been. Under no circumstances would I respect the mother that will allow her son to do that on camera like that. And she should have totally said no to that. I mean, that just gives a lot of insinuations of other things. And again, it to me, that can only be um an example of maybe other things that were inappropriately done, or what he may have been allowed to do, and so forth. It is developing as a kid to a teenager to man, and obviously there's a lack of boundaries. That's really what it really showcases, a lack of boundaries, or a lack of boundaries of him understanding boundaries, per se. So, but I really think that she should have corrected him on that, regardless of whatever, and told him no. Been very direct on that, and obviously she didn't. I mean, it's very subjective to determine whether how uncomfortable she was supposed to be. But the as far as that happening, it kind of speaks for itself. So it can speak to a lot of variables of as far as the dynamics of that relationship. So it's to me definitely outside of a normal range, and that's just never something that I would say, um, you know, that's not an effective description or visual of what a relationship between a mother and daughter, a mother and son, is supposed to look like by any means. So that's where I'm gonna go with it. So
I agree.
But I was gonna say, man, it's the I do videos on, as far as some of my videos I do on my Life Solution channel. I talk about the toxic relationship between Black women and their sons. It's something that needs to be looked at under a microscope on both sides of it.
You need to come through one day, man, so we can talk about this shit, man. Because this is my shit right here. This is
right,
kind of my lane where I kind of hover.
I mean, my thing is that I've seen so many, because I deal with CPS and so forth a lot, Child Protective Services, and I've seen people lose. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I have some of the most hurtful things I've ever seen, and I'm not even supposed to be emotional about it. Is when I see people lose their children because they didn't want to stop smoking marijuana.
Mm. So let's do something soon, man. Let's do one of
Yeah, we
those
could.
shows, brother D.
Yeah,
Let's do.
yeah, we could do that. We can link up, Samuel. But those are the kind of things, and I can kind of talk to you about because I've been working where I see people losing their children. I've seen the sexual abuse. I've seen the physical abuse. I've seen people, burn their children with cigarettes and all this other different. Man, there's an incident right now in Houston as we speak. This mother of 3 children was dating this white guy. The white guy killed one of
the
her
son.
sons.
Yep.
And she knew this for weeks.
The other children were like
at the house,
emaciated, like they were super
and
skinny and not fed. Yeah.
Yeah, and when they spoke, and obviously they were. She was interviewed. I watched. Matter of fact, I was watching that before I actually came on the show. I saw a thing on Fox. We have 9 o'clock news here, but it showed how she was interviewed and she was making excuses for shit and saying this and that. Well, they asked her, she had another child that was 17 that another one of her family members took that child away from her. And she actually thought it was obviously something was mentally wrong with her for her to feel that it was okay to leave your children alone and only see them every 2 weeks. She actually thought it was proper to visit your children with nothing to eat, no clothing, no clean clothes or anything, and check up on them once a week. I mean, once weeks. So the children were malnutrition, malnourished. I mean, this is crazy, but just poor parenting, horrible parenting. So, but yeah, X. I don't want to be long winded, but yeah, I'll definitely get with you on that. But I definitely think the mom should have overall. She should have corrected him on that. That's my position.
X,
Oh shit, my
you
bad,
there,
y'all. I had my had my mic turned off. I was just talking to.
Oh, okay. I knew something was up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just talking, boy.
Yeah, man.
Let's do something, brother D. Durrell. I know you be busy and shit, man, but we need to do one of those shows, man, where we, talk about, children getting taken away and all that kind of shit,
Right. Yeah, it
Right.
happens a lot, man. Black kids are 3 to 4 times more likely to be in foster care. They're 5 times more likely to be put in CPS or some type of child protective services. And we're the most likely for those children to be taken away.
Damn. Yeah, we gotta do something, man.
Statistics are not great. They're horrible. And it is consistent from one state to another.
Well,
Well,
did you hear about?
Appreciate you coming through, brother.
Just about that one point before I give my final point about the subject of the night. But did you hear about? I think it was in California. They basically did a social experiment. And what they did was they eliminated race as a factor that they used to evaluate when making decisions about CPS cases. And it actually balanced things out, and ultimately more non-Black children, really, from like say white houses or whatever, were taken away that should have been taken away, and less Black children that really shouldn't have been taken away were taken away. So in essence, it actually kind of balanced out that statistic. And so, and they did this over, the course of time and like everywhere, and they basically proved that while, our children are taken away at such an extensive rate, there is a lot of bias in the system that's causing that to happen. And unfortunately, in other demographics, because of that bias, it's hurting children because children aren't being taken out of really bad situations that they should be. And our children are being taken out too much. So, I just wanted to just throw that in there because Then
Yeah,
there's
I actually know about that experiment, and I also would say this: one dynamic in looking at that particular experience is that California is more diverse, and it's probably more white and Hispanic caseworkers and so forth that are doing those assessments. And particularly in southern states, I think when you look at I do agree that there is a level of biasness and the fact
Mhm.
that black families are targeted more. But
Mhm.
there's also a situation, particularly in Texas and other southern states, that most of the CPS workers and so forth, they're mainly black women. So
That's not
we
necessarily
also
helpful.
if we're going to take the if we're going to take the I guess the color aspect of it out, we also have to look at that as it relates to who are the caseworkers who are making those assessments and evaluations.
Well, they have determined, though, that in general, right, the implicit bias against Black people doesn't just exist in white people, it exists in Black people as well.
Right.
I mean, I don't know about y'all, but personally, for me, when I see a cop pull me over, seeing a Black cop walk up to me does not make me feel better. It doesn't. I'm going to be real with you. In fact, if anything, I've seen personally the way I'm dealt with, this is just me as a woman, a Black female cop is probably the worst case scenario. The Black female worker in general that's going to be evaluating me is almost my worst case scenario every time. So, I mean, the race of the worker doesn't necessarily take the bias out of the system. And so I do agree with you to some extent there, but we got to be careful when saying that because we're biased against our own, and we see it all the
Absolutely.
time.
We're some of the most prejudiced people on the planet.
Exactly.
And
Right. We buy
I
into the
also want
narratives
to
all the
say that
time.
economics also, as far as willing to fight it in court for some of these things, because a lot of the black families that are targeted, they cannot afford the legal proper representation to fight to keep their children. What I can say is this: in most situations, those that fought to keep their children legally, they were mostly successful, overwhelmingly successful. So I think also the fact that not having the proper education of their rights and affording the legal representation to actually put you more at risk for those children being taken away. So
Absolutely. But,
yeah.
there is an issue. When I say systemic, I'm not just talking about the workers. Like the case of Saisha Mercado, right? She was on American Idol. She has a key to her city. Her and her husband, her family have done so much for the city. That's why she got the key to the city. But there was a biased, racist doctor at a hospital who has been proven to have basically initiated countless CPS cases against parents, basically outrightly lying, and parents losing their children for no reason at all, like he's just like a piece of crap. And they lost not one of their kids, but two of their kids, and they got legal representation after losing the first one. And the second one was born, and they still lost the second one because they said, you guys need to speak to our lawyer. And rather than speaking to the lawyers, they just sent a giant, posse of people to come and round up and take their newborn baby. So, I mean, there's a lot of, when I say system, I'm saying how all of these systems are working together. And part of the reason why I think it's so important we recognize that is because I think a lot of people know that they need help, know that they're overwhelmed, know that they're doing things wrong, right? Know that they've fostered an unhealthy environment in their household. And they don't know how to get it on track, but they're also scared of the system. They're scared of therapists. They're scared of doctors. They're scared because, as far as they understand the system and they have so many examples to look at, the system is just going to take their kids, just going to throw them in jail, just going to punish them, because they know, okay, this isn't right. Right. But at the same time, they're scared of the punishment. And so, obviously fixing the system would help towards that. But I think also it's about the priority levels. Are you going to live in fear, or are you going to say, okay, yeah, I'm scared, but what's best for my kid? And I really feel like the woman, the mother, Marcel, I think that she's the kind of person that has been used, walked all over, walked away from, and she doesn't make a lot of noise about it. It's just, she's reading to me. That's why I said permissive parenting. And that's why I said I'm going to put her in my video with another parent, whose son did something inappropriate to her as well. It's not sexual, but I'm reading the same vibe off of these women, and you know, they just look at it and they know everything's out of control, but they don't know what to do about it.
Where are the fathers, if I might ask? Where are
Right.
the dads?
Where are the fathers? That's the question, right? We know Kodak Black's father walked out. We don't know how old Kodak Black was. We don't know why. We don't know the situations, right? With the video I'm talking about, I don't have any background details because I scooped it off of World Star, right? So is his father present or not? Even I don't know in the case of that video. If his father's present, he's clearly not doing a very good job. He's not very invested, or he's a bad role model. So I don't know.
I'll be honest. I was speaking to the CPS people just taking children. Like, there's no way you're going to take my children from me without killing me. I'm sorry.
Saisha Mercado's married. Her husband was there. Very active parents. Like I said, they're a very active couple in the city. But you know, when these people come, right, with the police and their little army of people taking shit, what you gonna do?
What was the basis of them taking the children?
Yeah. What brought child services there?
Because my thing is that I'm concerned the fact that
well, I'll tell you
that multiple children were taken away. A newborn, usually when a newborn is taken away, it's usually something involving drugs.
No, it has nothing to do with drugs. So let me explain. Baby. Well, that's not what happened. What? So let me explain. So basically, Saisha was breastfeeding baby number 1, right? And, you know, it's time to wean him off. And so he had been weaned off and she was checking with her doctor regularly. And he was a little bit dehydrated, basically, right? And a little listless. So the family doctor suggested she bring the baby to the hospital. When she brought the baby to the hospital, right, to get checked out and whatever, the doctor, in essence, lied and said that they had offered her like treatment for the baby, like a B12 shots and something else, and they had denied it. And, you know, they were acting suspicious and all kinds of crap that never really happened. And so then basically CPS got called and they lost the older child. Now they lost the older child while she was pregnant, right? So now you have an open case. And so because you have an open case, you have to inform CPS when you have any more children. So they went and they got a lawyer, right? Obviously. And the lawyer said, don't talk directly to these people. That's why you hired me. I will deal with things. So when they had the newborn, you know, which they did everything right. They went into the hospital. They brought the newborn in for the baby checks and everything. When CPS called them directly to ask about the newborn, they said, our lawyer said, you know, that you should speak to the lawyer. We've given the lawyer all of the information, all of the documentation. So just speak to our lawyer. That's what they said that night. And then by 7 o'clock in the morning, there was a removal order. So they showed up with their gang of people to take the newborn from them. They never called the lawyer. They wrote it down as they denied giving information about the newborn. That's basically how they wrote it down. So yeah. So even though they knew their rights, they got the lawyer. They had the right to get the lawyer. They had the right to communicate through the lawyer. Did not matter. They came and took that baby.
So I don't. I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. I find some holes in that story, but that's just me from hearing what you're saying. I'm hearing some holes all around this, but it's.
Yeah. Well, it's to be continued because we ain't feeling them tonight. We ain't feeling them tonight. God damn it. We ain't feeling them.
You can look it up. There's a lot of video. There's a lot of evidence. I'm telling you a breakdown of it because that's not the point of today. But you can look it up. Her name is Saisha Mercado. She's the American Idol contestant. Like, it's a big deal. There's a lot of information. So I'm sure they can fill in any gaps for you. But she's not on drugs. She's not a bad person. Like I said, she has the key to this city, and they've done a lot in her city.
I remember her. She was like on the third one, the second. She was like in the early American Idol.
Yeah, I know a chick up in Buffalo that kind of went through the same thing, but she was going through it because she was homeschooling her children, and they said she didn't fill out a form, so they said it was educational neglect and a whole bunch of bullshit. I might even bring her on too when I bring Brother D. Durrell back. I'll try to get in contact with her and have her come on and talk about you know, the shit she went through. Yeah, because it's been a while since I spoke to her, but I'll bring her on and she'll come on and talk about this whole CPS debacle she went through in New York. just because she was homeschooling her children, and they said she didn't submit certain forms, and
Right.
you know they hit her with some educational neglect shit. She balked at them, so they took her kids, and then she finally got them back, of course, because she hadn't done
Mhm.
shit wrong. But it was a harrowing experience, and I'm gonna see if I can get her up here. See if I
Right.
can get her up
Yep.
here to talk about it. You know?
Yep.
But
Yep.
yeah, final parting shots. Is Brother Game Changer still with us, or he done fell asleep? Brother Game Changer? Paging Brother Game Changer. Paging Brother Game Changer. Game Changer is asleep. I guess we going to Lady Ruby then. Parting shots.
Okay. Well, first of all, obviously, thank you for having me up. It's always a pleasure. Um, and I just gotta say this one thing. Yeah, we're all gonna have our judgments as we should. We're all gonna have our condemnations as we should. But if you see the beginnings of any of this in real life, right? What you need to do is not just come with the condemnations and judgments and whatever, because that just makes people hide what they're doing. They shut down, they hide what they're doing, but they don't change, right? We need this stuff to change, not for the sake of the mother, right? But for the sake of these kids, right? Because it's not their fault that they're being conditioned into this. It's not their fault that they're being brainwashed. It's not their fault. So, if we got to sit there and soft pedal a little bit with the mother to get the mother to see this ain't right, y'all need help, prioritize the health and happiness of your kid. Here's a number you can call. Here is an organization you can talk to who will help you, who's us, so they're not going to just take away your kids because y'all need help. You're messing up your kid. Sometimes you gotta give it to them straight. You're messing up your kid. You're messing up his future. You're messing up his life. He's not going to understand things. Do you want to raise another monster in the street? You want to raise someone who doesn't understand boundaries? You want to raise a guy who's going to get thrown into prison and you can look at it and say, I know it's my fault? No. So, we got to give it to them straight, but we got to give it to them like straight with love and like be like, yo, for the sake of the children, right? I know y'all don't care about these chicks. I'm not saying you should, right? But let's care about the young boys because whether we like it or not, we can't change the situation that the father's not there, right? I'm not saying it's your financial responsibility or emotional responsibility to be there. But what I am saying, though, is if you see it, say something. I don't mean report them to cops. Say something in a way that's going to help. Just say something to her. Give her some contact information, a goddamn site to read in Google, because we give these people too much credit. Okay, we're like, oh, obviously they know. Obviously they understand. No, they don't. Because if they knew and understood, they wouldn't be doing what they're doing, right? So they don't know. They don't understand. They're often very ignorant. They're often just living out the same bullshit cycle they were raised under. And just that little bit of information from you could be the difference in getting some help for that kid so he doesn't grow up into another Kodak Black who don't understand that you don't grab mommy's bum and rub up on her crotch. So
Yeah,
that's
good
what I gotta say.
advice. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. I appreciate it, Lady Ruby. It's been a while. You got to come back more often.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, peace.
Bye.
And before we get to my brother Big Nate, because I gotta shout out my brother Osama Abdul with another $2 super chat. He says, salute, Lil Big Nate and D Darrell on the same panel. Reunited. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that, brother Osama. Well, brother Osama, T.P.O.T is like the watering hole. It's like, you see the gazelles and they're being eaten by the lions and the leopards and the wild dogs and the hyenas and the water buffaloes and everybody else getting eaten, and there's gators and shit. But you go down to the water hole, they're all down there. The wild dogs are there, the lions are there, the leopards are there, the fucking crocodiles are there, the gazelles are there, the elephants are there. They're all there at the watering hole. But once they leave that watering hole, they're right back to fighting again. See, T.P.O.T is like that watering hole. It's the one place where you have all the lions and the gazelles and everybody's just kind of getting along and not trying to kill each other. Know what I mean, brother Osama? But go ahead, brother, brother Big Nate, you got it.
Nah, I appreciate you inviting me through, man. Yeah, it's a tough call. I hesitate to condemn the mom. Should she have acted more adamantly about, correcting him in public when it happened? Possibly. You could definitely make an argument for that. I did detect a woman that was uncomfortable, a woman that, she who thought this was inappropriate. Again, did she respond as sternly as she should? Absolutely, you can argue that she didn't. Does there exist some weird dynamic between her and her son? Possibly. It's tough, without knowing. If this was the third time we had seen this type of interaction between them, then yeah. This being the first time and not hearing anything from the mom, she kind of looked like a nice enough woman, and I know, you don't want to just take her looks for granted and assume, she's a decent person. She looks like, a lot of older women I know, she just, she didn't look like a particularly ratchet woman also. Again, it's just, my personal opinion. But, again, I'll defer to you on this though. You are the expert. And, man, I appreciate you having me through, man. You take care, sir.
Absolutely. Peace, brother Big Nate. My brother. Brother Game Changer. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. I do believe Game Changer has left the building. I'm just gonna say this, man. Like I said before, it wasn't so much about him. He's a celebrity, he's a rapper, they do crazy shit anyway. I just think this is indicative of a bigger crisis, right? Because like I said earlier, I'm pretty sure he's not the only son of one of these old mammies that does this kind of shit. I doubt if he's the only one who's done it ever, right? So, turn the camera on. My problem is that this type of shit is prolific because y'all know me. I believe that the Oedipus complex is rampant throughout Black society. Is it every single household? Absolutely not. Is it most households? Probably not. Is it half of households? Probably not. But what I do believe is that this is not okay. All right? This is not okay. This shit here is definitely not fucking okay. It's not okay. All right? It's not. No one can convince me it's culture, it's code, it's this. You could tell me that shit till I'm blue in the face, until you're blue in the face as well, and I'm not going to be convinced. I'm not going to be convinced that this kind of shit is okay. And likewise, I'm not going to be convinced that this is okay either. I'm just not. I think everyone talked about tonight how she probably didn't want him to be embarrassed. If you ask me, she was the one fucking embarrassed. You got your son doing this shit. All right. If nobody's fucking embarrassed here, we got a problem. He's not embarrassed. She's not embarrassed. No one's fucking embarrassed. Maybe that's the fucking problem. No one's embarrassed. Just like this woman wasn't embarrassed to do this shit. She's not embarrassed to do this. It's normal. Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here at all. Keep it moving. This woman. Nothing to see here. Normal, right? It's what we all do, right? That's what all our moms do to us, right? Grabs us in an embrace and kisses us so hard that our fucking right arm goes limp. See the brother's arm going limp? This is perfectly normal, right? Perfectly fucking normal. On that, I call bullshit, folks, because it's not fucking normal. At least not to me. I don't think anything normal is about this shit. There's nothing about this shit that's normal. I'm sorry. Call me old Negro. Tell me I'm done with the times. I don't know. Old Negroes don't know nothing. Fine. Fine. You won't see that kind of shit around here. All right? You just won't. Because to me, this kind of shit is ridiculous. It's bad enough we got these fucking effeminate ass boys running around here as it is. This kind of shit don't help. And you goddamn right. I talk about the Oedipus Complexidus because I think it affects a lot of fucking young black males. I think it holds them back. It kills their potential. Because guess what? Most motherfuckers ain't going to grow up to be Kodak Black and make millions of dollars and be a rap star. I know everybody out there think they are, but the reality is you're not. Everybody's not going to grow up to be some rap star. Some motherfuckers going to grow up to work in Walmart. Some motherfuckers going to grow up and be a mechanic, an electrician, a carpenter, a plumber. All right? An IT guy. Some type of digital engineer. Not all of us are going to grow up to be Kodak Black. In fact, not that many of us are. If y'all can see that. So, if you are a person growing up in this type of environment, it's going to hamper you. Mama kissing you in the mouth and calling you the man of the house and you the husband and all this old kind of foolishness. Your ass 10 years old. You ain't the man of shit. You're the man of nothing. You're not. No matter how many times she tells you this. You're 10, 11 years old. You ain't the man of shit. But you know they get pumped with that shit, pumped with that shit, pumped with that shit. And that's just the ones who are doing that. Forget the ones that's beat you in the head with emotional incest. You know, we talked about it. Got the 5-year-old son holding the camera while she making her butt cheeks clap. She walking around the goddamn house, butt ass naked. Her son 9 and 10 years old. And think it's okay. Calling him her little husband. Calling him her little man. I've seen women have sons and call the son daddy. I have seen that with my own eyes. Stupid shit. And y'all wonder why I'm always talking about these old mamas. And people will say, oh, well, yo, what about the fathers? I bet you see more of this shit, this mother-son shit, than you do father-daughter shit. And if you think I'm wrong, send me the fucking proof, and I'll air it. I will put it up here. Send me the fucking email. You know what it is. But guess what? That email's not coming, is it? Yeah, it's not coming. It's just not. Because we know what this is, man. A lot of us live through this shit. A lot of us seen it. If we didn't go through it ourselves, we've seen people who went through this shit. And we saw how they turned out because they went through this shit. Don't be trying to tell me, Negroes. Don't be writing me in my goddamn email telling me I'm wrong about these old mamas. No. You motherfuckers just don't like it. You just don't like it. But I've been saying it for years. And I'm glad some people are starting to come around and saying to themselves, damn, there's some validity to this shit X be talking. I don't talk about this shit just because, man. I talk about it because I know it's out there. I know it's real. I've seen it. I've seen people that I know go through it, man. The shit is real. And I think this shit hurts black society, man. Because when you do shit that affects black males, black society is going to be affected. That's just the truth. And the real scary thing is that I think some of these women do the shit on purpose. It's not even like it's some accidental, coincidental shit. Nah. I don't even believe that's the case for a lot of it, man. That's what's really scary. When you got women doing this shit on purpose, where they're purposely effeminizing these dudes, purposely putting them in a position where, they're like their little husband. When they're purposely teaching these boys to worship them. When they're purposely giving these boys Oedipus Complexidus. Think about it. If it was one of you, think about that too. Did you grow up like this? Was this your mama? Did your mama walk around with her titties out, her ass out? You like 12. Did she? Did she? Did it fuck with your mind? Did mom used to tell you you were the man of the house even though you were fucking 9? Did mom do inappropriate things around you, to you? Did she have you do inappropriate things to her? I know a lot of us bury this shit, man. We learned from her. She buried it. Pretend it didn't happen. Deny it. It'll go away. But you come to COX, and X go to talking. You start remembering that shit. How did this motherfucker know? I know. A couple of you have wrote me. Just like I know I'm going to get a couple of writes after this. I always get a couple of emails after one of these shows. And I don't blow you up. I'm not going to put your names out there. If you wrote me, y'all already know that because I haven't done it. But y'all brothers do write me, and y'all say, "God damn it, X, I listened to your shit the other night and I cried. It was like you was living in our damn house." I know, brothers. I know. I do this shit because I want you to be free. Free from that fucking hold she's got on you, man. It's lied to you all these motherfucking years. Telling you you're her little man. No, the fuck you're not. You were her son, her child. If your daddy wasn't around, it was her job to raise you up, develop you, get you to grow. She wasn't supposed to spend all this motherfucking time teaching you to fucking come back and take care of her black ass. Just like you shouldn't be out there saving them other hoes out there in the street. Guess what? You shouldn't be saving her black ass either. But she knows she knows that you're the one swinging dick that she can control well into adulthood. She couldn't control none of those Negroes she had y'all by. Because they gone. Because that's when this kind of shit happens. This kind of shit happens when the men are just out of the picture. Because you know, men, we make this shit evaporates like a drop of water on a sidewalk in August if there's a man around. Usually that Oedipus complex shit goes away by the time your ass 5 when there's a man walking around in that fucking house. You learn real quick. This ain't your woman. This ain't your wife, nigga. This your mama. She's my woman. She's my wife. You learn that real quick. And it don't even have to be told to you. It's just something you know. But when there's no man there, when there's no man to show your ass that you're just a kid, you're the man of nothing. You're just a little Negro that fell out your mama and I allow you to stay here and feed you and clothe you and house you. That's who you are. You don't got a man in there telling you that shit. You can develop the Oedipus Complexidus. And it's even worse when you got a mama who not only encourages it, entertains it, she fucking enjoys it. But that's all. But I appreciate everybody coming out, man. I don't know if we're gonna do anything this weekend. I don't really have anything planned. To be honest, I wasn't even gonna stream tonight, but I just want to talk about this. That's what I've been doing lately, y'all. Like, haven't really been planning the streams like that. You know, some shit come along, I want to talk about it. I hit a few people up. They say we're gonna come on, and that's pretty much what's been happening. Because y'all know me, I like to book my shit. I like to book my shit like a week ahead, 5 days ahead. But the last couple of shows, man, just kind of been kind of thrown together. They weren't really booked like that. I just kind of hit a couple people up on the phone and stuff like that and told them to come through. But I don't think we're gonna do anything this weekend. Y'all know we always throw down Wednesday, Thursday nights. So y'all probably won't see my black ass until Wednesday unless something else goes down. But you know, I appreciate y'all for coming through tonight, man. Like I always say, man, you could have been anywhere on a Thursday night, man, and you decided to be here with us, and it's appreciated, man. You know, I appreciate all the super chats and whatnot, but most importantly, man, I appreciate your participation more than anything else, man. That means more to me than money. I don't take y'all lightly, man. I never have, and I never will. You got my word on that, you know, and that goes for all the good folk out there and good folk up in here as well. Shout out to everybody who came through tonight, man. Lady Ruby, Lady Queen Q, brother D Darrell, brother Big Nate was in the house tonight. Who else was here? Brother Game Changer was here tonight. So, you know, we had a pretty full house tonight, man, and everybody gave their opinions. And you know, this conversation, man, to be continued, folks. All right. All right. So, with that, I will leave you, good folk, with 3 words you know, like I always do. Well, actually, this ain't going to start with those 3 words. It's going to start with some other shit. So I'll say it. Open your minds, Negroes. Them old mamas.
Oedipus Complexidus.
Open your mind.
Dark exodus. Dark exodus. The protester.
Dark X.
Open your mind.
You know. Them old mama.
Yeah, X.
Dark exodus. You understand?
Yeah, X.
Them old mama. You know.
You understand? Open your mind.
Dark X. Yeah, X.
understand?
Them old mama.
Yeah, X.
Open your mind.
Dark Exodus.
Oedipus Complexidus.
Only from T.P.O.T. Media. Open your minds.